lunch, and I don't want to go too far. Just sit back here. Many people have been ruined by that.
Open mic. How are you?
How are you doing?
Well.
Good.
Yeah, past 12. Maybe past.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah, it's delayed. The only thing is, will they still insist
Do
on
we know why? I mean, is it this thing in the post about more?
Yeah.
And
Well, I don't know. The question's going to be is if it comes today, they're going to do it back like Friday at noon.
yeah, that would be too much time.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I think.
That's right.
Nothing's going on.
I know. Because maybe they're doing us on this.
It's way better now.
Well, they always do it right after Thanksgiving. Passback's always right after Thanksgiving.
It was 2015.
That was right.
I was home. What if I was actually be a bad idea?
You know, and then we're talking about like voice and stuff. Like, what does that mean when you go home? Because they can't try doing traveling.
Can't do that. You cannot compare.
Like, you can telework, but what if?
You'll be in the audience if there's any question about AI.
I'll be right there.
Don't hide.
You're fast. You're strategically talking about this. Yeah, so there were some questions yesterday when I was in the office to some staff about, like, what if they're in a meeting, or what if they want to go home? Because everybody else is shut down from the traveling.
No.
That's what I said. I don't think so.
Can who travel on federal funds?
I don't think they can.
Not appropriate. There's no funds to travel on.
Yes, it is. Let me press it. 21 when it says with you right now?
Yeah, that's good. Excellent. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome the board members, foundation staff, guests, and members of the public to the 460th meeting of the National Science Board. This meeting is officially convened at 8:02 a.m. on November 28th, 2018. I'd like to remind everyone that the open sessions are webcast for simultaneous public viewing via the internet. Please be sure to speak into the microphones while talking to ensure that we are being heard by webcasters, transcribers, and guests joining us in the room. I would like to begin by introducing the new members and ask those that are here in the room to stand to be recognized. Two members of the class of 2018 are returning to the board to serve for a second term, joining the NSB class of 2024. Two of our new members are joining via WebEx. Dr. Alan Stern is joining us from a NASA New Horizons meeting at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab, and Dr. Maria Zuber is calling in from the NASA James Webb Space Telescope meeting in Redondo Beach, California. We do appreciate and recognize her dedication since it's roughly 5 a.m. there. This is true. We didn't quite hear you on microphone, but Anila pointed out that there are several people from California here for whom it's still 5 a.m. So thank you. Good point. Dr. Maureen Kondik is an associate professor of neurobiology and anatomy at the University of Utah School of Medicine with an adjunct appointment in the Department of Pediatrics. Her primary research focus has been on the development and regeneration of the nervous system, with current work involving the control of human stem cell potency and differentiation. In addition to her research, Maureen also teaches both graduate and medical students. She received her PhD from the University of California at Berkeley. Welcome. Dr. Suresh Garamella is the inaugural Executive Vice President for Research and Partnerships at Purdue University. He is also the Goodson Distinguished Professor of Mechanical Engineering. He continues to direct the National Science Foundation Cooling Technologies Research Center, which he founded in 1999. The co-author of over 500 widely cited archival publications and 12 patents, Suresh is an expert in micro and nanoscale transport phenomena, thermal management and energy efficiency in electronic systems, and renewable and sustainable energy systems, technology, and policy. He also received his PhD from the University of California at Berkeley. Welcome. Dr. Stephen Leith is the 19th president of Auburn University. He has also served previously as the president of Iowa State University and vice president for research and sponsored programs for the University of North Carolina System. A plant biologist by training, Steve received his PhD in plant pathology from the University of Illinois. Welcome. Dr. Alan Stern is a planetary scientist currently leading his own aerospace consulting practice and serving as Associate Vice President at Southwest Research Institute. He formerly led NASA's Science Mission Directorate in Washington, D.C., and is perhaps best known for being the principal investigator on the New Horizons mission that performed the first flyby of the dwarf planet Pluto in 2015. Alan received his PhD from the University of Colorado. He is online. Welcome, Alan. Dr. Stephen Willard is the Chief Executive Officer at Cellfire Incorporated, a biotechnology company that develops stabilized cellular materials for advanced technologies in the therapeutic and diagnostic markets through its proprietary cutting-edge cell stabilization technology. He has held a number of senior positions in the biotechnology field and has served on the board of directors for the E-Trade Financial Corporation. Stephen has a law degree from Yale Law School. And it looks like he's been detained this morning, but welcome in absentia. Returning to the board to serve a second terms are Drs. Geraldine Richmond, and Maria Zuber. Dr. Geraldine Richmond is the Presidential Chair in Science and Professor of Chemistry at the University of Oregon. She served on the National Science Board from 2012 to 2018, most recently as the Chair on the Committee on National Science and Engineering Policy. Her research using laser spectroscopy and computational methods focuses on understanding environmentally and technologically important processes that occur at water, semiconductor, and mineral surfaces. Throughout her career, she has been actively involved in efforts to increase the number and success of women and minorities in science and engineering. Jerry received her PhD from the University of California at Berkeley. Dr. Maria Zuber is the E.A. Griswold Professor of Geophysics and Vice President for Research at MIT, where she is responsible for the MIT Research Enterprise. Maria's research bridges planetary geophysics and the technology of space-based laser and radio systems. She's the first woman to lead a science department at MIT and the first to lead a NASA planetary mission. Maria received her PhD from Brown University. Welcome. NSB members are appointed by law solely on the basis of established records of distinguished service, and all of you are eminently qualified. President Trump and his team, especially at OSTP, did a great job, and we are delighted to welcome all of you to the National Science Board. Thank you. Before turning to the agenda, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Vicki Chandler, Ellen Ochoa, Panch Panchanathan, and Roger Beachy for organizing an outstanding board retreat. Under Vicki's leadership, the committee and board office staff put together 2 days of stimulating discussion, reflection, and camaraderie. Thank you to all who worked to make it a success and to all who came and contributed. Now, as we move to the agenda, I would like to remind all board members of the holiday reception that we will be hosting at 5:45 p.m. this evening. The response to this invitation has been excellent. In addition to the reception, the agenda for this meeting has many interesting highlights. We will have an extended opening plenary this morning to discuss and hopefully approve the idea of a board creating a new vision document to succeed the Vision 2020 report that the board published in 2005. To end today's session, we are excited to have Michael Kratsios, the Deputy Chief Technology Officer at OSTP, here to discuss the OSTP and administration initiatives in the world of science and technology. Throughout the meeting, we'll also be hearing updates from the Office of the Director on such important topics as the responsible conduct of research and on reducing administrative burdens. Following the Director's opening remarks, I will report on activities in which I've been involved since the last meeting. During the rest of the morning, the Committee of Strategy will begin its proceedings at 9:15 in open session. The committee will review the portfolio review presentation from the Directorate of Mathematics and Physical Sciences. We'll also receive an update on the status of the FY 2019 budget request. That session will close with a more detailed discussion of our vision project. Then the Committee on Oversight will follow with an update on the status of the Merit Review Report, presentation of the Office of the General Inspector's semi-annual report and NSF management response, and will receive the regular updates from the Office of the Inspector General and the Chief Financial Officer. The Office of the Director will provide briefings on NSF's work in the area of responsible conduct of research and reducing administrative burdens. Following that, the Committee on Strategy and the Committee on Awards and Facilities will meet in closed session to consider budgetary and award authorization items. Returning to open session, A&F will meet to discuss a written update on the National Ecological Observatory Network, NEON, and to discuss a new committee policy document outlining a revised action approval process. And then the day will close with our open plenary session with Mr. Kratsios from OSTP. Tomorrow at 8:15, we begin the day with the Committee on National Science and Engineering Policy, SEP, hearing an update on the new Science and Engineering Indicators thematic reports and the roadmap for implementation in 2019. SEP will also discuss the SEI 2018 Policy Companion on U.S. science and technology in the multipolar world. Committee on External Engagement will follow, SEP with discussions on future one-page resources for NSB to use in its public outreach, the launch of an NSB alumni network pilot project, and the organization of NSB member visits with their local congressional representatives in the home district offices. The committee sessions will wrap up with this task force on the skilled technical workforce. The task force will learn more about the planned initiative for the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics to launch a new survey for the collection of data on the skilled technical workforce, and we'll also discuss the task force next steps. I will now like to turn over the floor to Dr. Cordova for her opening remarks. Dr. Cordova.
Thank you, Diane. Good morning, everyone. NSF would also like to add a warm welcome to the new and returning NSB members, and to everyone, welcome to the 460th meeting of the National Science Board. The next few slides highlight recently announced prize and award winners, and I'd like to highlight those who have received NSF support at some time during their careers. Among the 2018 Nobel Prize recipients, NSF provided support for the 5 scientists you see on this slide. With these researchers, 236 Nobel laureates have received NSF support. Without going into the details on each one, I assume you all know that, I just want to mention a couple of highlights here. Francis Arnold visited and gave a wonderful talk last March in this building, and when she left, we all kind of looked at each other and we said, that person's going to win a Nobel Prize one day. We just didn't know it would be this day. So we give her a hearty congratulations. NSF has supported her through many awards over the course of 3 decades, including a Presidential Young Investigator Award in 1989. And Paul Romer's research is particularly relevant to a lot of our conversations. His research highlights the importance of science and technology as long-term drivers of economic growth. So we all give our hearty congratulations to this wonderful team of researchers and what the ceremony that they're about to enjoy. On this slide, you see 6 of the 2018 MacArthur Prize fellows who have received, and these are the 6 that have received NSF support at some point during their careers. And I'd like to single out a person that those of you who joined us for the May NSF Awards dinner know well, Christina Olson. She was the, I believe, the first psychologist to ever win the prestigious Waterman Prize, and one of only a handful of women who have received that prize in its 40-year history, and a handful of social and behavioral scientists, and she gave an outstanding talk in this room. And then we found out, of course, with the world that she was just awarded the MacArthur Prize for her research as well. So this is really outstanding. The Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics was awarded to Charles Kane and Eugene Mealy, also supported by the National Science Foundation. And the prizes in life sciences were awarded to the 3 people along the bottom there, Adrian Craner, Xiaowei Zhang, and Angelica Anon. Angelica was the 2003 Waterman Award winner and received a Breakthrough Prize for determining the consequences of an abnormal chromosome number. I attended the Breakthrough Prize ceremony. It was earlier this month at the NASA Ames facility at Moffett Field in the Bay Area. And it was just outstanding that it is a prize for science and technology that is funded by entrepreneurs from the Bay Area, including Yuri Milner and Mark Zuckerberg and Sergey Brin, who we all know, NSF supported as a graduate student when he started Google, and so on. Just a lot of great entrepreneurs and movie stars who were emceeing the event and singing and so on. And it was just a wonderful event for science, and being a part of it and seeing it up close was just great. And a particular heroine of mine won the special prize for physics, Jocelyn Bell Burnell, who discovered pulsars. And so she gave her entire $3 million Breakthrough Prize Award to women in science to promote them. So that was great. And then the photo on the right is of Northwestern University's Larry Hedges, and acknowledges his receipt of the Yidan Prize, which is the largest education award in the world. It's worth approximately $4 million in U.S. prize, in U.S. dollars. And his work in educational policy allows policymakers, educators, and the general public to see the evidence for what works in the field of education. And it's been supported by NSF multiple times in recent decades. So congratulations to all these researchers, award winners. And so now I just want to mention a few highlights at home. So for new people, I always do this. I do from the last meeting, and I'm sorry, my remarks are a little bit longer this morning because our last meeting was in July. So, but here's some highlights at home. In late July, I had the opportunity to talk about the role NSF plays in the innovation pipeline with governors, entrepreneurs, and visitors from other countries during the National Governors Association summer meeting in New Mexico. I was joined there by the founders of two cutting-edge startups on a panel where we all talked, KA Wireless and Ubi QD, both of which received seed money through NSF's SBIR program. And all the other events that you see in this slide were in September. On the day that NASA hosted a meeting on reskilling America's workforce, we announced a new partnership with Boeing to enhance workforce development and diversity. And Boeing gave us $11 million, which was a first for that particular partnership. A team from our Directorate for Education and Human Resources led the way in making this partnership happen. The upper left is from my keynote presentation for the Global Innovation Policy Center of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce at the center's Intellectual Property Championship Gala, and we were pleased to be a part of handing out awards at that gala. We've had a lot more events in the past year or two with the Chambers of Commerce. Many experts convened for the panel discussions on topics related to health research at Research America's 2018 National Health Research Forum at the Museum in Washington, and I spoke as part of a panel focused on science related to the brain. And lastly, Politico held a summit on artificial intelligence, bringing together policymakers, business leaders, and experts for solution-driven conversations on the impact of AI on governments, industries, and societies. And I was on a panel with folks from Synapse Technology Corporation, OpenAI, and the Information Technology Industry Council. And then a few highlights abroad. In late September, Canada hosted the G7 Science Ministers meeting in Banff, and I represented the U.S. at that meeting. Discussions focused on the importance of encouraging the general public to get involved in science, artificial intelligence and its impact, and on evidence-based policy making. In October, I had the great pleasure to lead the U.S. delegation at the Second Arctic Science Ministerial in Berlin. The ministerial brought together science ministers and leaders from over 30 nations, as well as 6 indigenous peoples of the Arctic and other related associations. The themes that were addressed included Arctic observations, data and infrastructure, the dynamics of Arctic change, and the vulnerability and resilience of Arctic environments and communities. And then in October, I attended also the Science and Technology in Society, also known as STS Forum in Kyoto, and gave a talk on lights and shadows, the good and the challenging aspects of the newest technologies. This slide shows some of our White House engagement. We've been engaged in quite a few White House activities in the months since our last meeting. The photo in the lower right is from the White House Summit on Quantum Information Science held on September 24th. The White House convened over 100 senior government officials, Nobel Prize laureates, technical experts, international representatives, university leadership, American business leaders, and renowned academics and researchers who are prioritizing quantum information science. I gave remarks with leaders of NIST, DOE, DOD, and OSTP. Since the last board meeting, I've co-chaired 2 meetings of the National Science and Technologies Committee on STEM, also called CoSTEM, which focuses on STEM education. In parallel, I stood up together with the leadership of NASA, Jim Bridenstine's in that photo with the flag in the middle on the bottom, NOAA, and the Department of Education, the first STEM Education Advisory Panel, which was authorized through the American Innovation and Competitiveness Act. The panel's 18 members held their first meeting right here in this room in September and have already participated in their initial task, which was to review a new 5-year federal strategic plan for STEM education. And Michael Kratsios this afternoon will be telling you about the upcoming rollout next week of that wonderful plan. And earlier this month, I chaired the meeting of the Interagency Arctic Research Policy Committee. A major part of the discussion was a recently signed Arctic agreement in which nations agreed to, quote, work towards an arrangement on improved scientific research cooperation among the 8 Arctic states. And the goals of that initiative are very strongly aligned to our big ideas of navigating the new Arctic. A lot has happened and will continue to happen in 2018-19 around R&D regarding artificial intelligence, and NSF and the NSB are actively involved. As you know, the NSB at their July meeting had a wonderful expert panel on artificial intelligence. In FY18, we spent nearly $450 million in AI research, that's we, NSF. And in just the past 2 months, we've made 2 calls to the field for proposals. The first one, in a Dear Colleague letter, the SISE, that's the Computer and Information Science and Engineering Directorate, and SBE, Social, Behavioral, and Economic Sciences Directorates, together with the Partnership on AI, which includes a lot of industries, including Apple, Amazon, DeepMind, Google, Facebook, IBM, and Microsoft, notified the community of their interest in supporting eager grants or early concept grants for exploratory research to understand the social challenges arising from AI technology and enable scientific contributions to meet those challenges. This effort is going to support high-risk, high-reward research at the intersection of the social and technical dimensions of AI. And I think it's a very good illustration, especially for our new folks here, of how our directorates work together on solicitations. And then secondly, through a solicitation, we announced a cloud access program with the goal to enable, enrich, and democratize the use of public cloud computing resources by the SISE research and education community. Cloud access seeks to support an entity to serve as a liaison linking the SISE community with public cloud computing providers. And we're really taking the lead in this, and this is something we'll talk about at the upcoming meeting on Friday of the White House Select Committee on AI, which I co-chair with the White House and the head of DARPA. It was that committee was announced last May at a White House meeting on AI that brought together business leaders and scientists and others from around the country to talk about the administration's priorities in artificial intelligence. We have the follow-up meeting on Friday to discuss next steps. The National Science and Technology Council's Subcommittee on Machine Learning and AI has also been actively at work since 2016, when it directed the Subcommittee on Networking and Information Technology Research and Development to create an initial National Artificial Intelligence Research and Development Strategic Plan. And that plan is back out on the street, or has been for the past month or so, asking for comments on it by that committee called NIDR-D for short. Our SAI's Assistant Director, Jim Carosa, and Deputy Assistant Director, Erwin Gyanchandani, have been alternately co-chairs of this NIDR-D, which provides the overall coordination for the activities of 17 government agencies. And so there's just a lot of work that's happening on artificial intelligence, and this is just to illustrate that NSF is a big part of, has the next plan for the administration on AI gets developed. And then on university engagement. I was on a number of university campuses over the past couple of months and had a great opportunity to meet with students, faculty, and administrators. The photo in the upper left is from a September panel on the future of scientific research at Rice University, where I was joined by Rice President David LeBron, Professor Yale Hochberg, Congressman and our lead appropriator on the House side, John Culberson, former NSF Director Neil Lane. And we had a great audience, a very receptive audience. Earlier in the week, Engineering Assistant Director Don Tilbury and I visited Dr. Greg Fenves, the UT Austin president, shown there, and Don and I gave a TED-style talk also to a very large interested audience of faculty and students on convergence accelerators. In November, I went to California to give a presentation on broader impacts at the UC Berkeley Lawrence Hall of Science, and then went on to one of my former campuses where I was Chancellor of UC Riverside to give the Chancellor's Distinguished Lecture. And there I met with a lot of students engaged in NSF-funded research, such as genomics, pictured at the top right. From Chicago, I made a stopover at the University of Chicago to talk about NSF's role in quantum research at the Chicago Quantum Summit. Everything quantum is also a priority of this administration, and as you know, NSF has been funding quantum research for over 3 decades, and in fact has funded 31 Nobel Prize winners for specifically quantum-related research. The photo in the lower right is of Hartman Nevin, who spoke also at this venue. He's the Director of Engineering for AI and Quantum at Google, and he's describing how quantum fluctuations in the early universe led to the origin of you and me. On this slide, I highlight our continuing efforts to help Congress better appreciate investments in major research facilities. In October, OLPA and MPS folks, including the Assistant Director for MPS, Ann Kinney, and the Head of Astronomy, Director of Astronomy, Richard Green, and Rob Moeller from OLPA, hosted individuals from the House and Senate Appropriations Committees in Chile to conduct site visits of many telescopes, including our NSF facilities, Gemini South, the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, and the Atacama Large Millimeter Array. Earlier in August, OLPA and MPS accompanied staff from the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee on site visits to our Hawaiian observatories, Gemini North and the Daniel K. Inouye Solar Telescope. And finally, as in recent years, NSF's results from the Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey show that we're doing really well and continue to increase our scores. Participation rates for NSF are among the highest in the federal government. we improve every year. Here's a couple of highlights. NSF continues to rank among the top 5 medium-sized agencies on employee engagement, inclusion, and satisfaction. Among the medium-sized agencies, NSF ranks 4th on global satisfaction and 5th on both the Employee Engagement Index and the new Inclusion Quotient, or IQ Index. The new IQ Index looks at responses to the survey's questions categorized by 5 habits of inclusion, being fair, open, cooperative, supportive, and empowering. So we're very proud of our staff's engagement with the mission and their unparalleled commitment to the work of the agency. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the director? Thank you, Dr. Cordova. I would now like to summarize key activities since our last meeting in July. At the top of the list is the publication and delivery to the congressional requesters of the board's report on mid-scale research infrastructure. My deepest thanks to the Midscale Working Group consisting of former board member Dr. Peter Lepage and Drs. Carl Leinberger and Anila Sargent. They were supported by a contingent of NSF and Science Board staff in researching and writing this report. Of particular note are Drs. Elise Lipkowitz and Brad Gutierrez, who led the NSBO staff effort, and Dr. Jim Ulvestad from the Office of the Director, who provided immense subject matter expertise. Executive Secretaries from NSF for the Committee on A&F, Drs. Carol Bessel, Linnea Avalon, and Kathy McLeod, and NSBO staff, Drs. Reba Bandapatai, Mateo Munez, and John Veze all made significant contributions to the final product. Once published, Dr. Lepage and Dr. Leinberger joined me in a series of meetings with House and Senate Appropriations and Authorization Committee staff. The report was well received with an overwhelming interest in the details of any centralized mid-scale program that NSF has been developing. A briefing on the report to OMB highlighted interest in the oversight mechanisms that NSB and NSF will use to manage the program. Another significant board activity was issuing the board statement on security and science. The statement resulted from reports of credible security concerns surrounding research and the board's desire to go on record with a general statement of principle espousing the importance of fundamental research and development to the U.S. economy and national security. Through the statement, the board also sought to urge all stakeholders, policymakers, universities, and researchers to do their part to safeguard the critical balance between openness and security within the U.S. S&T enterprise. A copy of this statement is in your board books. In addition to publications, the board also held 2 very successful listening sessions, one in Florence, South Carolina, and the other in Washington, D.C., as part of NSF's ATE Principal Investigators Conference. As I'm sure Carl, Victor, and the others who participated can attest, we continue to learn a great deal from these sessions about the challenges in the skilled technical workforce area. I also had the opportunity to speak at 2 notable gatherings. In late July, I led a panel discussion on Science and Engineering Indicators 2018 at the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities Council on Research Summer Meeting in Bozeman, Montana. Joining me on the panel were Jessica Rodden from NSF's Office of International Science and Engineering and Reba Bandapatai from NSBO. Victor McCreary served as the moderator for the session. We presented an overview of data from indicators and highlighted our key messages from the year about the United States' place in an increasingly multipolar science and engineering world and the need to build a STEM-capable U.S. workforce. There was a lively and thoughtful Q&A and a great deal of interest from the audience, particularly in the implications of the international R&D trends. Many thanks to Panch and Vic for giving us the opportunity to present at this meeting. Earlier this month, I met with the National Academy's Committee on Science, Engineering, Medicine, and Public Policy. My presentation focused on the board's recent activities, including Indicators 2018, the 2 research infrastructure reports, and the Skilled Technical Workforce Initiative. They were especially interested in our STW work. We had a robust conversation, particularly around the pipelines for both the skilled technical workforce and traditional STEM occupations. One of the points that emerged is the need for policymakers to connect the education workforce pipeline conversation with a conversation about China and an increasingly multipolar S&E world. This concludes my update. Are there any questions or remarks? Hearing none, let's move ahead now to our next agenda item. Beginning at the July meeting and accelerating with Roger's informal discussions and Committee on Strategy open teleconferences before and after the retreat, a number of us have been bouncing around the idea of the board writing a new vision document to replace the Vision 2020 document that the board published in 2005. In a moment, I would like Roger, as chair of the Committee on Strategy, to lead the discussion with the goal of coming to a decision on 3 major points. Does the board want to do a new vision document? If the answer to that question is yes, what is the time horizon for such a vision? 10 years? 15 years? And finally, what is the target deadline for completing this document? I recognize that there are many other questions that need to be considered to complete such an undertaking, but if we do not have consensus on these 3, the rest are moot. My goal for this session is to make sure that this is something we all want to commit to and that we share an understanding of why it is important. Doing this right will consume a fair amount of NSB's effort and bandwidth, not the least of which will include significant external engagement to ensure we're capturing the broadest possible input from our numerous stakeholders. With that as an introduction, I'll turn the floor over to Roger to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Diane, and good morning, everyone. The process this morning will sort of extend from what we had at the retreat. I want to thank everyone, Vicki in particular, for agreeing to have this topic included in the retreat discussion. And we covered a lot of ground during that time. We looked at the rationale, the advantages or disadvantages of doing a vision statement from this board. The goal this morning, however, is not to rehash all of that discussion, but to make a decision, the kind of decisions that Diane laid out. As you mentioned, in 2005, the National Science Board developed a vision document called NSB 2020 Vision for the National Science Foundation. The effort at that time was at the request of Congress, but complemented board discussions about updating the NSB strategic plan. It eventually fed into NSF's 2006 strategic plan, as was referenced in several NSF and NSB reports. Since the 2020 vision is approaching its natural life, as described, and because times have changed dramatically since 2005, something we'll talk about in a bit later if we move forward, now could be an opportune time and good time for the board to develop a new vision. I'd like to share with you the outcome of a few Committee on Strategy discussions about a proposed vision and hear your thoughts before we have a vote on whether to continue. I'd like to note that Ellen and Diane joined the committee's recent discussions, have been involved in teleconferences, and of course were heavily involved in discussions that we had at the retreat in October. Based on ideas raised at the NSB retreat, the committee believes that the audience for the vision should be primarily future NSB and NSF leadership, Congress, the administration, and the public. So rather than be laser focused, we think we have a broad audience for a document of this type if we do it right, and I think we're committed, and making that commitment is important. As such, a new vision could serve as a North Star, if you like, to guide the NSB and the NSF actions and priorities and provide a foundation for supporting NSF as it fulfills its mission in a global and domestic S&E landscape that may look very different by 2030 and beyond. It could also identify and frame specific opportunities and challenges and provide inspiration and guidance for the long-term work of the NSB and the NSF. Finally, it could articulate a compelling message of what NSF does, why it matters to the U.S., its citizens, and the world. Setting a vision is a component of board risk management, and it highlights that NSF continues to adapt to and even lead change. The Strategy Committee has also discussed the time horizon for the vision, and it's thinking about targeting of 2030 or 2032 would be ideal. While 2032 would fit nicely with NSF's strategic plan cycle and coincide with 2 terms of the NSB, it might appear a bit too prescriptive. Some of us who like to be more general have a few problems with targeting 32. We agree that going beyond that 10 or 12 years, however, did not make sense, given the difference the context will be at the point in 10 years or 12 years. The world is changing rapidly. The respect for and the expectation that science and technology will lead what the U.S. becomes and how it impacts the world will also change. We do suggest, however, that the board aim to complete the vision document by the end of December of next year, or at the very latest sometime in Q1 of the following calendar year. That means that we, as they say, put pedal to the metal at this point if we do it, and really commit to the effort it's going to take to do a good and thorough document, one that we can be proud of. This board has developed some outstanding documents in the last several years, and it took a lot of effort by a number of committees to make those reports sound and useful. And we think that the challenge for this report will not be insignificant in terms of the amount of commitment of time. We talked about this informally over dinner last night, and I appreciate all the input that we have had. In the next few minutes, I'd like to open the floor for additional comments and discussions and concerns that you might have about the issue of doing a vision statement. We'll have more time later in the day in the next session to talk about specifics, but I'd like to have the board as a group, any comments that you would have about the vision statement and whether or not you think it's an important thing to do, whether you're cautionary about it. Open for anyone's comments. Vint.
So just a couple of thoughts. The first one is that vision statements often speak to objectives and aspirations, and I hope this document does that as well. But when you think a little bit about the fact that the National Science Board and all the people who work for NSF do not have in their heads all of science, and in particular, they don't know the unknown unknowns that we're always looking for. That suggests that we should have a principle or practice embedded in that vision statement, and that says to maximize the probability that our practices and policies will expose new opportunities for scientific knowledge to be discovered. That suggests a number of things, including support for infrastructure, which I think we've done an extraordinarily good job of expanding over the past couple of years. But I don't know whether the text in the document now suggests how we should assure that we've maximized the likelihood that new discoveries will be made by our selection practices and by our sponsorship of research. So I guess I would ask the committee members whether that aspect of vision has been addressed, and if it hasn't, should it be?
Well, certainly in the larger discussions, we've recognized how fast things have moved in the last 2 decades, and realized it's nearly impossible to predict what the next decade or two will bring. And I think that's part of the pressure of the challenge, to be as open as possible, recognizing what the changes are and what the impacts of the changes will be on human life and as we know it. I think that's the part that's perhaps been the most daunting for me, is to make sure that we think as broadly as we can, and ensure that what this foundation does leads appropriately, or it leads in some way to being able to discover and solve the problems that will be not identified today. The amount of knowledge and the tools that we have are far greater than what we had when I was a student, and I'm awed by the opportunities. And I think that's part of the challenge, and I think we have it open.
So here's an example of the sort of thing that a gotcha that I always worry about. We have a very valuable, very important and fundamental merit review process to try to be sure that we are as open as possible to new research. On the other hand, conventional wisdom can often interfere with new ideas. And so one important question is, how do we assure in our posture that we don't allow the conventional wisdom to suppress ideas that are at first thought to be extreme, crazy, outlandish. I mean, we can all recount examples of things that sounded nuts that turned out to be actually important and real. So I just wonder whether we've captured the concern that we don't allow the conventional wisdom to inhibit our ability to explore.
I think that's a good comment. One of the things I like about the convergence accelerators and the big ideas is that there's an attempt to engage a broader community of science in asking the questions, and maybe being able to push the boundaries a little bit more, but certainly having a true blue sky approach to science, which we all recognize as a challenge and has been a challenge in the agency in some respects. It will be important to ensure that we vent ideas such as those that would be truly blue sky, that allows as much thinking as possible into the future. So, but I am encouraged in particular about the new initiatives that the agency has, and think that hope that there's big new ideas that will come in to those projects in the context of some of the new convergence accelerators and big ideas. John?
Yes, Roger, as I recall, most of us were surprised to learn that NSB had a vision document, and I don't think many of us, we had a discussion, read it until like 6 months ago, right? So I think one thing we have to make sure of in this one is that there's a follow-up to the vision document, and one way to do that is, just one of many methods, would be to set up some kind of small working group to make sure that the next classes pay attention, and that the working group does an assessment periodically of where we are with respect to that vision, so it doesn't just drop into oblivion like I would say the last one did from the board's point of view.
I'm not sure who is at fault for not reading it earlier. I suspect each of us should have a copy of that as we walk in during our signatory welcoming ceremony. It was a useful one for me to read, but it's not the same as we would develop today. It is worth looking back at, however, as some of us have done now. For new board members, we urge you to find it online. Yes, Bob.
It's a bit of a follow-up, I think, from John's comments. Last year, am I right in my memory, we worked as a group in partnership with the leadership of the foundation on the strategic plan submitted to OMB, and it seems to me it would be, I don't have a position on this, I just want us to be intentional if we go ahead on the vision statement to speak to the coordination of those two documents, and what should their relationship be in one way or another. So I would add that to our agenda as a board.
Thank you, Bob. That in fact the timing is about right here. I think if we do in fact have a 2020 initiation, the next strategic plan is in 22, I believe. And then there are these are 5-year plans that towards the end of us of what we might expect for the target date for our visioning might play, if we do it appropriately and visioning it sufficiently, will be impactful on the next 2 strategic plans, or might have if it's a valuable document. Thank you. Other comments? This is not a quiet group, so Diane, I think it's ready for the.
It's possible that some people might want to repeat some of the ideas that were surfaced last night and maybe flesh them out as we continue.
Artie in particular had some reminders for us. Artie?
Actually, I'm sitting here thinking about what John said, and asking whether we know what the impact was of the previous vision statement. If we are to undertake a very demanding endeavor, do we have evidence that it's likely to have an impact commensurate with the effort?
I think it's been interesting as we've talked to some people, both at OSCP and on the Hill, about our discussions about embarking on this. And there are those who remember very clearly the commissioning of the National Science Board to do this report earlier in 2005. I think that this is a time of big change, and it's a time where if we did this and did this right and had a report that we could share both with the board, obviously, and the foundation and the planning locally, but also with Congress and the president, that this could help shape discussions in a very positive way going forward.
Yeah, I was going to add, it turns out that earlier report was done at the behest of Congress, and we talked a little bit about this earlier this year about this is really the board now saying we want to sort of go on the offensive and say it's really time for us to challenge ourselves to develop a new one and really use it as our guide going forward about where we should spend our time and energy as a board. And so I think the time spent in the next year doing that will really be of value to the board for a number of years to come. And a big part of what we can achieve with this vision is really the role that we play in talking about the importance of fundamental scientific research to a thriving U.S. economy, as well as a STEM-educated workforce. And, we've already done that with putting together the Committee on External Engagement, which we didn't used to have as a board. But I think this document and the time and effort that we put into it, and even developing it itself, gives us an opportunity to do more of that external engagement and outreach and guide that in the future. So that's a big part of why I think it is important for the board to do.
I think you remind us also, Ellen, that the board has done some outstanding work in the last several years that sort of sets the ground, some of the groundwork for what a vision document does, including the external engagement, as you've mentioned, and the STEM workforce and the technical workforce. So we have a lot of good material, and some of that needs another light shined on it, and it may give us an opportunity to do that as part of the visioning too. So I think we have a lot to build on. It's not as if we're starting from scratch because this board has been actively engaged. So thank you for that reminder. Vint, did I see your hand? Sorry, Ponch.
I just pulled up the 2005-2020 vision from the National Science Board. The second paragraph says, the board envisions a prosperous America that is powered by innovations flowing from the latest transformative scientific ideas with a workforce among the most scientifically and technically competent on the planet. We see an America in which every student graduates from high school with a sufficient grasp of the fundamental concepts in science and technology to live a full and productive life in an increasingly technological world whose research and higher education enterprises, among the most creative and fruitful in the world, bring together the best minds for inquiry, discovery, and teaching. I think that's a statement that we could compare with the current state of affairs and ask whether we've made progress or achieved the vision that was expressed in 2005.
Thank you. Bunch?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. So I'm muting you. So there you go. It's too early in the morning, 3 hours behind. So as with most plans, it's not the ultimate plan that's the most important thing. It's a process by which we get to the plan. I think the fact that we are all discussing this and thinking about what this board is all about. I think it's a very, very valuable exercise. I think what we discussed at the retreat, even the last night at dinner, I think is exceedingly valuable. And I'm looking forward to these discussions, and out of which will come, I'm sure, a good plan. Last night we had some discussions around the audience, which I think we should really pay attention to. Who are we serving this up to? And therefore that I think will help, make this plan even more strong by focusing on those constituencies that we are focusing this plan for.
Right, we can't preach to the same choir. We need to extend the process. It's an important aspect to consider. And that means the tone of which the document's written will be adjusted accordingly. It can't be so technical that it's difficult to understand, so clearly stated, so that it does have resonance in those ears that hear it, or eyes that read it. It's very important. Yes, please, Stephen.
I was struck by the excellent question of, can we be sure that the document we produce will be worth the effort when we get it completed? And that seemed to speak to me to, in part, the essence of science, which is the people that we fund begin their work with a wonderful idea and no assurance that that will pan out as they go forward. But I think the fact that you would set for us the possibility of this goal is exciting in the spirit of science, and I support it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please, Julia.
And building off of that, I think that this exercise will, independent of what the ultimate product looks like, inform a great deal of what the board undertakes over the course of the next few years. I mean, we've already talked about the interconnections between this committee and the work of external engagement, science and engineering policy, and possibly even some of the other committees, but those two in particular. And I think there will be a tremendous amount of crosstalk, and that all products from all of those committees will kind of entrain, if you like, and getting that articulation right is really incredibly important, particularly in the current environment.
Right, thank you. Other comments to be added here? Yes, Suraj.
So I agree with almost everything that's been said, and thank you for allowing me to join the board. I think the audience we're addressing is very critical to be cognizant of as we write this. And there are obviously multiple audiences. And I think we may want to explicitly identify what those audiences are, and perhaps even come up with summary statements at the end of this process for addressing each of those audiences. And I think they'll all need a different messaging, a different kind of communication to them. And of course, this is an implementation issue much later, but a lot of our audiences are younger folks that are perhaps looking at science or not looking at science. And I think reaching them is the final frontier. It's very difficult to do, and we may want to think about that as well.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Garamella. Good points. Yes, Anelia.
Sorry, thank you. I would like to support Suresh in this. I don't think we can overestimate the hostility in our current environment to science. And I think that, sorry, I don't have a voice this morning for some reason. I think that hostility needs to be dealt with up front. We might as well agree that people don't like science. Many people don't like science. That they see us as arrogant scientists, that we have not produced explanations, as you described, Suresh, that actually show us to be open to explaining in words that people can actually understand what we are doing. And I think that's really going to be critical.
I think part of our listening and as we prepare and develop the document, who we listen to and how we listen will be critically important to the languages that we use, who we really want to speak to. I think. But the Pew Foundation's report in 2016 still shows science as up near the top of those that are trusted by our citizenry. And I think we do have a good foundation on which to speak, but we need to do it in ways that are understandable and see that value is seen. That's an important component. Yes.
To go along with what Suresh said, besides the messaging, I think in addition, we also ought to think, and I think using as an example some of the recent work that OLPA has done, which has been very excellent, is go out to those stakeholders once we've identified them and once we craft those messages, because with the last vision, it was just posted, it was just there, okay? But I think the appreciation that we would get and kind of to decrease some of this hostility is people really appreciate when we go out to them and to those specific stakeholders with those specific messages. So besides just not only crafting certain messages for certain groups, which I do believe you're going to have to do, I think we have to also have an engagement strategy, okay, with this vision versus just let's not do this thing, put a lot of work and just post it up on the web and hopefully we will build it and they will come.
I think the committee's report on external engagement in this meeting will be important in the context of thinking ahead of what does meaningful engagement mean, and who are those that are most important for us to hear from or to be in front of. Thank you. Yes, Bob.
Vince's citation of the earlier vision report got me thinking, and the other comments. Anila's point that we are in a sector that's not well understood is important, I think, when we do the vision statement. So I could imagine a literary form of the vision statement that quite deliberately has our assessment of the current status. How do we view the world that we're involved in? And it would thereby blend the science and engineering indicator kind of information as motivational to the vision statement, but that's also a teaching moment for us in the vision statement to really convey the kind of viewpoint we have of the current status quo and how the future might be better if we took various steps.
Thank you. Cognizant of the, oh yes, please.
One thing to consider, I think, in developing the mission statement might be whether we want to make it, one vision statement or a modular vision statement, speaking to different audiences. In other words, since the different audiences, whether it's young people, whether it's government, et cetera, have a different messaging required from each of them, whether developing a modular approach for a society that has very short attention spans is not the right way to go, as opposed to one very long statement that nobody's going to read. I think that's something to discuss as we proceed forward. I think just like we're developing indicators now in a thematic cyclical way, should the vision statement be something like that as well? Should it have different audiences that, our message has to be integrated within our committee, but as we put it out, should we be thinking of a modular approach?
I think that speaks to Suresh's suggestion of looking at post hoc analysis and of how we can communicate the highlights and the importance, and doing the different audiences makes a lot of sense. But I think we have an outstanding communications team at NSF, and hopefully we can call on them from the NSB as we get this, as we sort of look beyond, or what should we plan for in terms of distribution. And our team in the NSBO and the office of the NSB will be critical in helping us with that. Good point. We have I don't want to be over time here. We do have a couple of decisions to be made in addition to yes or no on the item of doing it. If we, assuming we move forward, what is a time frame that we're comfortable looking forward to? Are we comfortable with 15 years or 20 years? Are we more comfortable with a shorter time? At the retreat, we talked about if we do this, that being relatively cautious and not going too far and beyond what we can see ourselves, and most of us have problems beyond 3 or 4 years. What are we comfortable with? A decade or a decade and a half?
I would like to retract my suggestion at the last open telecon of 12 years, because I've been persuaded that 10 years is a much more round number.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what the procedure is, but I also would like to advocate for 10, not more. So.
Thank you. Seems to be consensus building around a decade. Now the last, and perhaps the most difficult concern, if we do move forward and say that there's a 10-year horizon, or we're looking forward, knowing that 2020 is coming on us, and that the next strategic plan will be in 2022, we have a good bit of background on which to build a vision document, but that doesn't say that there's quite a bit of effort needed to pull this together. And Diane, in her comments, reflected those concerns about how to get it done, how we're going to commit to doing it. Are we comfortable with saying we can do this in 12 months? Can we do it in 15 months? How much effort are we all willing to say? Because that will drive our decision about guidelines and timelines to be met, and scheduling, and the outward looking or inward listening component of what we will need to do in this process. Julia?
Excuse me. I think that actually aiming for something like 12 months is an excellent idea. First of all, we have to deliver the next issue of the Science and Engineering Indicators in January of 2020, and timing the two together could be quite powerful.
Good. That's a good piece to hang on there. I like that, Julia. Thanks.
Yeah, and I guess I would like to, I know this is going to be a lot of work, but I would like to second that. And if we shoot for January and slip to February, it's not so bad. But if we shoot for April and we slip for June, that's not a good thing.
Yes, Steve.
Coming primarily from the corporate world, I find it's generally better to project 15 and hit 12. So you might want to set something that you're confident you will get, and I don't think anyone would be disappointed if we beat our time frame. So I would recommend a later time frame and then shoot to beat it.
Thank you. Grant?
I have a thought that 2020 is, of course, our 70th anniversary of, and we'll be talking more about what we, as an agency, plan to do for the 70th anniversary, but I know Diane and I have talked a bit about it, and the board would like to also roll out something. All year long, we'll be rolling out 70th anniversary things, so it just kind of fits in that time frame in any time during 2020, and that gives you plenty of room for the whole year.
Thank you. Julia?
Following up on Steve's comment, we could aim for 9 and hit 12.
Hit 9, yeah. Right. Other comments? Yes, please, sir.
I don't know that we'll accomplish a lot more in 18 months than in 12. I think a shorter deadline is best, and I think in some ways it'll be a living document. I think we may, especially if some of the earlier comments, we start referring to it often, and we find some part of it as outdated, we can always revisit it. So I don't think we can aim for perfection here, and we should try to get a statement out, certainly in time for the start of the 2020 celebrations. So I definitely vote for the end of 2019.
Thank you. I also like the comment which we've made in several settings that in some ways it should be a living document because of the changes that we will see. whether politically or in terms of what we acknowledge as a starting point for a new venture in science. Jerry, did you have a comment? Sorry.
So my concern is for the people sitting behind you, if the staff thinks it's realistic for us to work on a 9, 12, or 15-month time frame, since
I've got to turn back to them after I turn it back to Diane and say, do you know what this means?
I'm concerned about them.
Yeah, I think that's, we acknowledge that this is going to take a lot of effort from, fortunately, those that have been supportive and helping in this earlier are almost as excited about doing this as we are. And I think we have, I know we have a great team. But if you have concerns, please raise them. Thank you. Vic, you had, I think we have a time for one or two minutes.
Just a quick comment is I think let's shoot for 12. Because also you have a lot of the committees that have done a lot of the work on their own that will feed into the vision already. So you have a lot of work that's already done, so you're not starting ab initio.
Thanks very much. I'm really grateful for all the discussions that we've had from July until now, and it's been fruitful and rich. And Diane, I'll turn it back to you, and we'll go from here. Thanks.
Thank you, Roger, and thank you, everyone. So it's now time to make this official. So we need to have a motion to approve the board's undertaking of a new vision document with a time horizon of 10 years, due for, I guess, completion by December 2019, to be published, therefore, in the first month of 2020. So it corresponds with the 70th anniversary year. Have I heard this correctly? Or does someone want to frame this as a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. So unless there are any objections, I would like to ask Roger to lead this effort and coordinate with other committee chairs to form a working group to serve as the lead coordinating body for the duration of this project. I will now adjourn the first open plenary session, noting that we will reconvene at 4 p.m. today for a conversation with our guest from OSTP. We will now turn back to Dr. Beachy for the open session of the Committee on Strategy. Thank you, everyone.
Joining me on my right hand is Karen King, who has been is part of the team that the committee works with, and very grateful for the help and the assistance that we get from the National Science Board office. So welcome everyone to the open meeting of the Committee on Strategy. A reminder that the committee members are Vice Chair Emilio Moran, John Anderson, Vicki Chandler, Bud Peterson, and Julia Phillips. And let me reiterate Diane's welcome to our new colleagues, and I hope somebody one of the new members will agree to join this committee. I look forward to working with all of you in the coming years, and to one or more of you as colleagues on the committee. The agenda for this open meeting includes approval of minutes from previous meetings, an update on NSF's 2019 budget request, a review of the Mathematics and Physical Sciences Directorate portfolio, one that's exciting, that if you look forward in your diligent book. And now that the board has approved it, a discussion on the next steps of the NSB Vision Project. Documents for this meeting are all on the diligent book, and I really hope you've had a chance to look through them and prepare for this session. So the first thing we want to do is do the approval of the Committee on Strategy open minutes that we've had in the recent. I'd like to ask for formal approval of the minutes from the Committee on Strategy's open meeting on July 17th and open teleconferences on August 28th and November 13th. These minutes may be found in tab 3 of the diligent board book. So for committee members, are there any corrections to the Committee on Strategy open minutes that have been referenced? Hearing none, and with no objections, the minutes stand as approved. The next thing I'd like to welcome Dr. Franz Cordova and Caitlin Fife, who are the Budget Division Director, to provide us with an update on the FY 2019 budget request. Caitlin, a special welcome to you, since this is your first meeting with the Strategy Committee. Welcome to the table. We look forward to working with you. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Tony Giovanni for his budget updates prior to your arrival. Tony always kept us abreast. We felt like we knew what was going on, and he was very generous with his time to tell us the challenges. So over to you, Caitlin. Welcome.
Great. I'll start just by mentioning, especially for our new folks, that Caitlin joined the agency only in last April and then took a brief leave of absence to produce a daughter. Congratulations, Caitlin, and has rejoined us. So she is our budget director. Caitlin, please.
Thank you all. It is so nice to be able to present on my favorite topic, not many people else's favorite topic, the budget. And so there's not much new since Tony presented to you all over the summer, but I do want to review for the new members and also to remind folks of kind of where we stand with the FY 2019 budget. So what I'll cover today is the action to date, what has happened with the Appropriations Committee and the noteworthy items that were included in those appropriations bills and report language, and then also talk a little bit about the FY 2019 budget outlook, where we are today and what may be coming later in the next month. So both the House and Senate have completed their independent work on the appropriations bills for FY 2019. You can see here what their FY 2019 marks are. We've hit a very important milestone for NSF in that both of them have exceeded the $8 billion mark for the first time. These are significant increases, both from the President's budget, which as we know was a significant reduction, but also from where we are today in FY 2019. As a reminder, what kind of governs what funding is available not just to NSF but to the government overall are the discretionary budget caps. These are the funds that we request on an annual basis to Congress. The Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018 created some new budget caps above the current law, which is represented in the line in orange. We know that last year in FY 2018, NSF received some additional resources that we were able to put to very good use. That was due to these increased budget caps. We're hopeful again that in FY 2019, the House and Senate marks will become a reality and we will again see significant increases to continue our work here. One thing just of note is that you see that the orange line ends in FY 2019. That is more a indication that Congress has been making these agreements on a 2-year basis. So the good news is for 2019, we don't have to go through this process again. The bad news is it ends in 2019 and we may have to go through this process again next year. There's a lot going on this slide, but what I want to draw your attention to first is at the very top, we're showing a comparison between the FY 2019 request and the House and Senate bills basically changed from where we are today. So the President's budget request was a reduction of about 4% to NSF. But you will see that both the House and Senate have included significant increases kind of on the other side in the same magnitude of 5% and 4% respectively. In the table below, you see a breakout of our various accounts. The research and related activities is where the majority of our grant funding and the majority of the work is carried out. But you will also see that we have a separate account for education, human resource activities, and then also for major research equipment and facilities construction, our agency operations, of course, the National Science Board, and our OIG colleagues have their budgets broken out as well. The biggest, I'm going to go over the next couple slides, some noteworthy items, and I'll address, you'll notice the kind of big swings here in the major research equipment and facilities construction line when you look at where we have been in the request and see significant increases in both the House and Senate bill. So indicated by the $8+ billion marks both the House and Senate have provided, support for NSF overall's investment is very strong. It is important to note that they maintained our flexibility in the directorate allocations, and so that's something that is very important to us as we continue to make sure that we're supporting basic research overall. You can see that there are a couple comparisons, as I mentioned previously, to where we have been in the request versus where we are today. These are real increases that the appropriators have provided in their separate bills, and we're very hopeful that we're able to take action and see those bills become a reality. There is also very strong support for the major research equipment and facilities construction. The House has forward funded the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope. The Senate funds the Antarctic Infrastructure Modernization for Science projects in one account versus another, but it is completely funded, and also there is support for 3 of the regional class research vessels. The language in the report that accompanies the appropriations bill does highlight tools that drive NSF's long-term research agenda and investment in fundamental research. And this is reference to the 10 big ideas as well as the 2 convergence accelerators. So they have taken note of those activities that we have underway, and they have expressed their support. There is also continued emphasis and support for STEM education, both in the education pre-K through grade 12, as well as for support for educators all along the spectrum. So we're very excited about that. Finally, I just want to end with a kind of an indication of where we are right now. We are currently under a continuing resolution. This means that we are operating under our FY 2018 funding levels until Congress is able to provide us a full bill for the year. Right now, we're operating under a pro rata amount of that full FY 2018 funding level through December 7th. What happens after December 7th is a little bit unclear. There are a couple options for what may happen. We could see another short-term continuing resolution that could be anywhere from a few days to a few weeks so that they continue their work. We could see our full bill, seeing as how the House and Senate have both completed their work. We're hopeful that that might happen. There's also the potential that there could be a potential lapse in appropriation. And so as we are required to do by OMB, NSF has a contingency plan in place in the event that there is a lapse in appropriation. So we just want to let folks know that while we're hopeful that is not the reality, we are planning for that contingency. And that is all of my formal remarks. So I welcome any questions or clarifications that folks might have for me.
Other questions from the board? I'm glad to see that last phrase. You have a contingency in place, knowing how disruptive this can be, this process can be.
Steve, I made just a comment that there were concerns expressed about how science is perceived generally in the country. And it strikes me that both the actions of the House of Representatives and of the Senate could be, as I see it, strongly encouraging of our work and the work done by the National Science Foundation. So I am actually quite pleased at what seems to me to be a vote of confidence and support both in science and in the work of this institution.
Yes.
I think a lot of that credit goes to the efforts of the excellence of the foundation, but also to the activity of the board and trying to be more proactive in getting in front of the lawmakers. And we do have a new class coming in January. It just says there's more work to be done on the new class. But the director and the members of the leadership of this board have been very active. Maria and in the prior years, and also now with Diane and Ellen's work. There's a lot of effort that goes into that. I think this is a good testament to the fact that we do have a nice increase, but a lot of work ahead to make sure this trend continues.
I would just add that I think Amanda and her team do an amazing job of telling the story and getting the story out, which is really important.
Yeah, thank you. Other comments? those of you in budget get our applause for being calm. Thank you very much for giving us the confidence that we're on a good track. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So if there are no other further questions, the next target agenda, one that we always look forward to, is a review of program. In this next item, our goal is a portfolio review of the MPS program. In February 2016 was the last time that the board received a presentation on the mathematics and physics and social science and physical sciences Directorate. In the nearly 3 years since then, a lot of wonderful discoveries have happened at MPS. We've seen them on the news. We've seen them plastered in the front of Science Magazine and Nature and other publications. It's been a really exciting time for the field. And Dr. Fleming Krim, then the MPS Assistant Director, who gave that very informative presentation in 2016, February 2016, is now, as you know, the NSF's Chief Operating Officer. We look forward to hearing from the MPS's current AD, Dr. Ann Kinney, about the state of the Directorate, where it's headed, and what we can expect for new exciting headlines as we did the last couple of years. Will there be more? I'm sure. So Ann, where are you? Oh, there you are.
I'm up here.
Yeah, thank you. It's yours. It is a long, yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm particularly happy to be here today because it gives me an opportunity to communicate to NSB the MPS vision and implementation. I very much look forward to NSB advice in our continuing dialogue on our science, the related action items, and the ongoing strategic directions. I'd like to introduce MPS by talking about fundamental science and how it is all connected in sometimes very surprising ways. And let me demonstrate that with a poem written by an astronomer, Rebecca Elson, from her posthumous collection of 2001 entitled A Responsibility to Awe. The title of the poem is, What If There Were No Moon? There would be no months, still seas, no spring tides, no bright nights, occultations of the stars, no face, no moon songs, terror of eclipse, no place to stand and watch the earth rise. Rebecca's field of astronomy, which was also her inspiration, encompasses time, space, and gravity, three of the most profound concepts with which scientists struggle. But as Rebecca illustrates so vividly, the links of her field and mine go far deeper and far broader. Galileo said, to understand the universe, you must understand the language in which it is written. That language is mathematics. That language is the heart of fundamental science and serves as the core of the MPS Directorate, which brings together the divisions of mathematical sciences with physics, chemistry, astronomy, and materials research. As an example of the pivotal role of mathematics, the first well-described geometry was Euclidean geometry, developed around 300 BC in a town by the name of Alexandria, which seems very appropriate. Euclid's geometry worked well in human scale space for approximately 2,000 years. The next real breakthrough in geometry came in 1854 when a very young Bernard Riemann gave a major talk on Riemannian geometry, which could be called the geometry of surfaces. And then, some 60 years later, between 2007 and 1915, Albert Einstein turned to the tool of Riemannian geometry to develop the general theory of relativity, encompassing not only space, but also time combined into one concept. This led to the prediction of gravitational waves through the space-time continuum. The physical phenomenon was only understood through general relativity's mathematical formula, up until we detected gravitational waves with LIGO in 2015. So we trace this particular path of understanding of the physical universe from a somewhat esoteric mathematical formalism in 1854 to the theory of general relativity in 1915 to the detection of gravitational waves in 2015. Another demonstration of the connectivity of all of the MPS divisions and fields is encompassed in the periodic table, first published in this form recognized in 1869, this is the familiar form, by Dmitry Mendeleev. The periodic table presents our knowledge and organization of the chemical elements by atomic number in rows and electron configuration in columns. The range in elements produces everything from the chemistry that makes life possible to the materials upon which we have built our society. As you shall soon see, the stars we study inform us about the elements in the periodic table. So the first and only detection of a neutron-star collision was made by LIGO on August 17, 2017, and then followed up by a host of MPS facilities and by NASA orbiting telescopes. LIGO's gravitational wave detection set off a race to find the progenitor, with observations taken across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. The suite of multi-messenger observations provided the raw data about this event, but the combination with mathematical models, also used by NRAO staff to create this video, allows us to interpret both the gravitational waves and the electromagnetic signals. This multi-messenger observation gives better understanding of the processes by which some of the important chemicals we study here on Earth are created. And we return now to the elements produced in the neutron-star collision and show the periodic table coded by the astronomical event which created the element. And please note how many are created by neutron-star collisions. Here you can see element by element which sort of astronomical event created each element of the periodic table. So I cannot imagine that when Mendeleev developed his first periodic table, that he conceived that every element was produced in an astrophysical event. Such profound results are due to years of investments in fundamental science, some in projects that expand our knowledge in the universe, while others are in areas that may move rapidly to change the way we live. Our investments have led to some of the most impactful and paradigm-changing science in the world. Here are but a few recent examples of honors granted to NSF-funded scientists, including Nobel Prizes, Field Medals, and MacArthur Fellows. I'd like to now go on to describing our process. Our process starts with a broad and diverse network of inputs, gathering the best ideas from the brightest minds. This input ranges from individual PIs with new ideas to broad surveys of the fields that prioritize the next big questions and the necessary infrastructure to enable research that will answer those questions. This cycle of first input, then implementation, and finally science forms the basis for the remainder of this talk. Our relationship with the scientific community is the foundation of our planning. I cannot emphasize this enough. This foundation is first based on direct communication between the MPS program officers and the researchers who perform the science. These are one-on-one relationships between scientists. At the next level, MPS division directors and program officers organize NSF town hall meetings at the national scientific gatherings, such as those held by the American Chemical, American Physical, American Astronomical, Materials Research, and American Mathematical Society, along with others. At this meeting, MPS presents the programs and challenges while also receiving invaluable input from the community. Then at the next higher level, we meet twice yearly with our FACA Advisory Committee. Our FACA committee also oversees our Committee of Visitors. Over the next 2 years, we will host a committee of visitors for all 5 of the divisions within MPS, each of which will provide critical input into their respective divisions' activities, as well as the global MPS funding for the next 5 to 10 years. And then in the next 2-year timescale, we expect some of the most important advice to come from work by the National Academy of Sciences, including the 2020 Decadal Survey for Astronomy and the Decadal Survey for Materials Sciences. These reports, along with those of the AAAC, HEPAP, and other committees, provide long-term goals for our divisions that we weave into our planning for the whole directorate. And then, at the very highest level, we discuss our entire program periodically with the National Science Board. We present our facilities actions for NSB approval at appropriate points as they progress through their life cycles, and we consult the board when considering strategic issues such as divestment. We then distill this advice and consider it with budget direction, NSF priorities, and NSB's strategic vision when we bring action items to you and have discussions such as today's. So implementation. Based on all of this input, MPS develops strategies which implement a forward-looking program of investments in science across the divisions. And in doing so, MPS balances our role of supporting the best proposals with an element of leading the communities throughout new and exciting opportunities. Our implementation is carried out through individual investigator awards, through research infrastructure, centers and institutes, and investments in future workforce. And we'll now discuss these one at a time. Within our portfolio, individual investigator awards make up the largest fraction, serving as the cornerstone of MPS science and supporting a large number of early career scientists. And here you see a group of PIs from chemistry at the 2018 Early Career Workshop. This is a chemistry workshop modeled on one from SCIES. We copy from the best, together with the relevant NSF staff. I believe materials research is now copying the same thing, soon to be followed by mathematics. And we just all love seeing intelligent, bright, early career scientists in a gathering like this. This helps our program officers develop early relationships with the community of early career scientists. A common thread throughout our divisions is that much of the science requires extensive and costly research infrastructure. From the MRI program that funds cutting-edge instrumentation to large facilities located in 16 states and territories, Switzerland, Chile, and Antarctica, MPS continues to invest over 30% of its funding into research infrastructure that enables the physical sciences. Through our Midscale instrumentation program and similar funding opportunities in various divisions, MPS has worked to fill the gap between MRI and MREFC. The Midscale infrastructure program is now also one of the big ideas at NSF, serving the entire foundation. We are very grateful to the NSB for their Midscale report, which has identified Midscale infrastructure as a key enabler of science advances and as a lead-in to those advances being ready for MREFC type support. We are confident that the NSF-wide Midscale infrastructure program provides a robust set of options to address this vital need. So now on to centers and institutes. Across the MPS divisions, we support such ventures as Centers for Chemical Innovation, Materials Research, Science and Engineering Centers, Physics Frontier Centers, and Mathematical Sciences Research Institutes to develop the environments to support innovation. In addition, together with the Simons Foundation and Bio, we have established the NSF Simons Research Centers for Mathematics of Complex Biological Systems. These centers enable innovative, collaborative research at the intersection of mathematics and biology. This establishes new connections between these two disciplines and promotes interdisciplinary education and workforce training. Our explicit workforce programs, from our research experiences for undergraduates and for teachers to our division-specific postdoctoral fellowships, are a small fraction of the MPS portfolio. But in reality, all of the MPS portfolio works towards supporting the next generation of scientists, from funding graduate students and postdocs in individual investigator awards, to providing the next generation of research infrastructure that those early career scientists will need to push the frontiers of science. Shown here is a selection of scientists supported by our chemistry, materials research, and mathematical science divisions. We also show a breakdown of the total number of scientists we support in a year. As you can see highlighted in gold, well over 50% of the scientists funded through MPS awards are in the formative years of their careers. And please note these numbers. Close to 30,000 scientists are supported every year from MPS, and over 15,000 early career scientists are supported every year. This is something that we are very proud of. Let me turn now to partnerships. A key element of our investment strategy is leveraging MPS funds alongside funds from a wide variety of partners. Here you see the breadth of our shared investment and the distribution amongst different types of partnerships, including public, private, and international initiatives. And now to just give you a few examples, together with DOE, NSF funding enables U.S. researchers to participate in the ambitious science of the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, where the NSF component funds over 30% of university-based U.S. PIs who are participating in the project. And then NSF, together with NASA, provides co-funding for our chemistry division's phase 2 center called the Center for Chemical Evolution. The center explores the intriguing question of how life began on Earth by demonstrating that small molecules of prebiotic chemistry can assemble themselves into polymers that resemble RNA and proteins. Our public-private partnerships leverage private funding in an era of tight federal budgets. In addition to the Simons partnership, which doubled the NSF contribution to math bio, previously mentioned, another example of surprising collaboration is a public-private partnership between the MPS Physics Division and Stand Up to Cancer, which together have committed $11.5 million towards transformational theoretical biophysics that could have an important impact on cancer research and treatment. This partnership has attracted significant additional funds from industry and other donors. Our international partnerships provide effective investments in science worldwide through NSF engagement at a variety of levels. One key advantage that we see of these collaborations at an individual PI level is the creation of an international brain trust. Global partnerships at institutional levels also generate a global reach for NSF leadership in many fields. This is illustrated in MPS by the breadth of international participation in astronomy, for example, with the Gemini Observatory in Hawaii and Chile, and the ALMA Observatory in Chile, as well as the involvement of physics with CERN in Geneva, Switzerland. Partnerships also play, internal to NSF, play a critical role in MPS strategic planning, and this is especially, of course, in the development of the big ideas. I'd like to just give a few examples very briefly of our partnerships within NSF directorates. Within the Directorate for SIZE, we collaborate on the Transdisciplinary Research in Principles of Data Science program, tripods, which involves statisticians, mathematicians, and computer scientists, and it's a part of the HER Big Idea. We partner with GEO on the IceCube Neutrino Observatory, which is a joint initiative between the Physics Division of MPS and the Office of Polar Programs in GEO. With the Directorate of Biological Sciences, we have collaborations in 4 out of 5 of our divisions. In physics, we have the Physics of Living Systems program. In chemistry, the Chemistry of Life Processes, which looks at the interface between chemistry and biology. In math, we have the Mathematical Biology program, and in material sciences, we have the Biomaterials program. We also work with engineering, together with SIZE on our QAmaze-I program, which is a part of the Quantum Big Leap idea. Quantum Leap, big idea there. So that's a very close and very valuable collaboration. MPS is steward for Quantum Leap and Windows on the Universe, 2 of the 10 NSF Big Ideas. We have led working groups and steering committees to define and deliver these new opportunities to the community, and I believe most of those solicitations are actually out on the street today. MPS actively participates in several of the other big ideas, including particularly harnessing the data revolution, given that the tools and techniques needed for big data are an important requirement for much of the science MPS supports, such as the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, which will be coming online in 2022. The big ideas reach beyond NSF, as is demonstrated by the high profile of the NSTC Subcommittee on Quantum Information Science and Technology that the NSF co-chairs with DOE and NIST. Here you see the panel of science leads at the Quantum Information Science Summit at the White House, including the NSF director, as well as Jake Taylor, who served as OSTP convener, along with a science lead for DOE, NIST, and DOD, sorry. So after walking off stage from this, Jake Taylor said to me in a sort of a stage whisper, without Franz Cordova, this would not have happened. The QIS subcommittee covers a wide range of quantum topics, including communication, sensing, computing, and post-quantum applications such as cryptography. The Research NSF Funds supports all of these areas. Here I'd like to give you 2 examples of quantum computing that MPS has funded. From the Division of Materials Research, funding has supported the development of this superconducting chip, which is 6 millimeters by 6 millimeters with several qubits on it. Meanwhile, chemistry pursued another approach in a project which has allowed the development of new molecular qubits that are able to be finely tuned and progress towards the goal of electron spin-based qubits. To push these frontiers forward, we must develop and support the next generation of young scientists. Through the big ideas and other initiatives, MPS continues to recognize and promote programs that support workforce development. This quantum science summer school shown here brings together trainees from a variety of disciplines to learn the critical skills needed to succeed and thrive in quantum fields. And again, I think everybody brightens up when they see these intelligent, wide-awake, early career faces. Then I'd like to briefly talk about next generation science. This next generation of scientists will take the lead in new and exciting scientific areas, exploring the frontiers that are on today's horizon and making the next wave of discoveries. These areas include post-quantum cryptography, and as you may remember from my presentation at the NSB retreat, once quantum computers are up and running, all current cryptography will be trivial to decode. In preparing for this, we must move past the public key cryptography involving 2 prime numbers and to a cryptography that cannot be deciphered by a quantum computer. On to chemistry discovery with data mining and artificial intelligence. Dr. Martin Burke, one of our chemistry PIs at the University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana, has developed a machine that builds organic molecules one carbon-carbon bond at a time. This is a process similar to automated peptide synthesis. In the future, chemists will use data mining, machine learning, and other HDR methods to build organic chemicals, discover new drug candidates, and develop new reactions, cutting down the time by some phenomenal amount. Exoplanet atmospheres for astronomy, observing the spectrum of a star being occulted by its own planet, and comparing that spectrum with the spectrum of the star alone, astronomers could detect the atoms and molecules present in the atmosphere of the planet. The ultimate objective is to determine whether the mix of gases is a unique signature of the presence of life. This would be the first. Well, the first time it happens, it will be the first time we have detected life remotely. It'll be very exciting. Synthetic materials biology. Synthetic biology focuses on designing organisms to perform a useful function. Combine this with material science and a new vista is opened up, so-called living materials, the ability to control new, multifunctional, adaptive materials designed to perform predetermined functions. And finally, resolving the asymmetry of matter-antimatter. So as you all know, according to the standard model in physics, the Big Bang should have produced equal amounts of matter and antimatter, which is clearly not the case because otherwise, of course, we wouldn't be here. We would have, our matter would have combined with antimatter and we would have disappeared. MPS-supported researchers are trying to understand why that is not the case. Shown here is the NSF-funded Large Hadron Collider Beauty. It's a detector at CERN, and the antimatter and matter that is detected from a particular collision. Much of this science will require a new generation of research infrastructure that we must start working on soon so it is ready to support discoveries in the next decade and beyond. The high luminosity LHC upgrade is already in the queue with its final design review coming up later this year, and hopefully construction starting soon thereafter. Many others are being developed. Several of these projects are projects that you, the NSB, may be seeing in the next few years, pending the recommendations of the community. I would like to end where we started, with the fundamental nature of mathematics and its connection to all of MPS. The mathematical solution to turbulence is the example I will use. Here you see the familiar airflow over an airplane wing. This illustrates a phenomenon that is ubiquitous in nature. And while it was shown in 1822 that solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations on fluid flow do exist in 2 dimensions, and these are the equations that would determine turbulence, would you believe it that today we cannot even show that solutions exist in 3 dimensions? This is this question is so important that it's one of the 7 millennial problems. So solve this question and you too can win $1 million. This turbulence is more artistically illustrated in Van Gogh's The Starry Night, as also referenced in the paper by Dr. Lee on linear hydrodynamic stability. So he gave that great photo of the airplane, and then he also references Starry Night, which gives me a warm place in my heart for Dr. Lee. Many people believe the solution to the fundamental equations that describe this motion will require new and deep mathematical ideas, different than anything we know today, once again underscoring the importance of fundamental research. Perhaps it will be the new idea from one of today's NSF-funded PIs, or perhaps even one of tomorrow's graduate students that solves the problem. And so, as Sherlock Holmes would say, the game is on. In this case, it's for the next great and fundamental solutions to a problem that has been known for almost 200 years and is bound to improve life as we deal with an ever turbulent world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kenny. That was everything we expected, and perhaps more. Very exciting presentation there. I hadn't, there's a lot of that I hadn't seen, but the one that really hit me was, for my interest years in the making, was the one from Illinois that showed the building of the chemical carbon by carbon blocks that I had asked a biologist about 10 years ago. When will we have the ability to chemically create the ligand for any receptor that you might want to have? That's the interest I have in cell biology, and you can begin to see it happen. It's an exciting time, and those kind of presentation, that kind of information, or the vision that you and your team have for what the future discovery is truly uplifting. I'd like to, we have time for about 18 to 20 minutes of questions from the team. Yes, please. Artie?
Your number of approximately 30,000 people funded is impressive. Do we have evidence that the efforts of the foundation and the associated professional societies to increase the participation of women, Hispanics, and African Americans are paying off? Have you analyzed the statistics?
I believe those statistics exist. I know them mostly by experience. And so if you look, and of course my field is astronomy, so that's what I know the best, astronomy and physics. And if you look at early career hires in astronomy and physics, you see something like 40% of those early career hires being female. If you look at my generation, it's more like 5%. And, you know, the people older than me never change gender, or at least, you know, it's not the done thing in that generation. What can I say? I get myself in trouble real quickly here. So, you know, that's a done deal. But the younger ones, there's a huge difference in diversity of the youngest, the early career scientists. And it's one of the reasons that diversity and actually proactively dealing with diversity is so important, because the early career scientists are truly diverse in ethnicity and gender. And we have to find ways to keep them in the field and to make a culture where they are thriving and succeeding.
To a follow-up of that, are there trending studies in trending that imply gateway kind of entry of an individual, of a new learner into a field of science? And is it more difficult or equally as exciting in all the disciplines that we deal with? Are there some areas that are more easily attractive to attract diversity than others?
Again, I can only give you my own experience. I know that historically astronomy has had twice as many women as physics. I believe mathematics and engineering has been a lower percentage. I'm very pleased that our new head of education comes from mathematical education, and so I'm assuming that problem is almost solved, Karen. Oh, she's not speaking. But yes, it does vary field by field, yeah.
A quick point, just that I think that some of what we're just discussing now links very nicely to our next session of the Committee of Oversight, because I think in the merit review report there is some of this data.
Oh, good, thank you. Bob, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you so much. This was really spectacular. I enjoyed every minute of it, and I enjoyed your passion as you presented it. My question has to do with the pyramid that you started with regard to input especially, and your reliance on the professional societies, each of which is devoted to a certain subfield. And And I'm interested in your reflections on, as the big ideas and collaborations across directorates and more problem-oriented research is being promoted, how have those societies reacted to their role as community input?
Well, I would say that those societies and those communities were involved in the creating of the big ideas. They predate my time here, but from everything that I have learned from my division directors, their communities were very involved as they discussed the big idea. And I might use Quantum Leap as an example. Physics and materials research have funded quantum for 25 years, and quantum was just poised to do Quantum Leap. So there are numerous examples like that where I think that the community, you know, it's not like NSF went off in a room, created 10 big ideas and said, how do you like this? That was very much a part of that whole process of input and feedback.
Vint?
It's Vince Cerf. I have two questions. Well, it's one question, but it has to do with two topics. One of them is quantum gravity, and the other one is post-quantum cryptography. It seems pretty clear to me that there could be some joint work between SAIS and MPS in those two areas. So the first question is whether anybody is supporting research to try to figure out how to get quantum gravity to fit into our model of the universe. And the second one is whether there's active support for post-quantum cryptography, and if so, is that part of MPS or SAIS or both?
Yes. So SAIS is the major partner with MPS on the Quantum Leap program, and we have had, for example, SAIS and engineering. So for example, our working group had a co-chair from MPS and a co-chair from engineering. Our steering committee had 3 co-chairs, one from MPS, one from SAIS, and one from engineering. So there's a very strong knit connection there.
Thank you. Vic McCarthy.
And thank you for a very nice presentation. I really enjoyed it, and I like your visuals, very good. And I like the fact that, as you said, as an astrophysicist, you bring this passion to here. The numbers of 30,000 are extremely impressive that you have touched. But what I want to ask is, have you also, and maybe not directly through funds that flow through your directorate, but also the number of people who may be in this skilled technical workforce that may also be affected? Those are the people who are post-high school or pre-bachelors who may work in conjunction with some of these facilities, or maybe as a pipeline coming from the 2-year schools and technical schools that eventually flow into your program. Any idea of any numbers that you may touch there, or any thoughts about, you know, maybe trying to collect data on that populace, because that community really supports that other part of that community as you flow up that worker value chain?
So I know the numbers included research experience for undergraduates. So there is a connection. I can't quote you numbers off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to bring you back some numbers. And I think everybody is concerned about those early times, and we've all heard stories about people who had a single event that turned them off, you know, to the field. So, you know, it is something people are very aware of. I should mention that it's not, we don't support 100% of 30,000 people or 100% of the more than 15,000 that are undergrads, but we do support, you know, some major fraction of their funding. But those are great questions.
Yes, Suresh.
Let me also congratulate you on an amazing presentation. Thank you. That was very enjoyable. I have a question about the partnerships you mentioned. And so some of the topics you talked about are particularly open across borders and such. I was wondering if you might comment a little bit on whether our partnerships with other countries and other countries' national science foundations and so on are increasing or going the other way. Are there challenges in those partnerships? what directions are those challenges going, and also perhaps with the private sector. I know Franz talked about the big Boeing, and we all heard about it, but so both, I guess I want to hear a little more about the partnerships, if you might. Thank you.
So let me start with international. As you look to the next generation of facilities, they get bigger and bigger, and that automatically has us turning to international. There's just no way around it. And yes, there are challenges. I'd say one of the biggest challenges is governance and difference in culture. And so I did, way back in 2007, I did a PNAS paper on productivity, and you can track productivity by country. So, and you can track it by state. California, wave your hand. Highest, most productive, scientifically productive location on Earth. America, most productive. So your productivity goes down when you work with a country that has a lower level of productivity. So that's a little bit of a challenge, but you also start to have a true intellectual exchange, merit review across the borders. That's really positive. So, the rising tide rises all boats, but governance can be a real challenge. Decision making, and again, I'll use an astronomical example. You can build a great telescope. If you don't have great instruments on the other end of it, you've thrown your money away. And making those decisions about which instruments is absolutely critical to the productivity of that telescope. And when you have a governance system that involves very different cultures, that can be a challenge. So, but it's a challenge we're going to have to face, and we're going to have to get better at it because our facilities are getting bigger. There's no doubt about it. If we want to continue, of course, what I want is 51% of every facility. That's my personal goal. But and then you asked about industry. So one of the things I like to be very conscious of is that industry's ultimate goal is very different from NSF's ultimate goal. Industry's ultimate goal is actually to earn money, and NSF's goal is to give away money. So you have to be really careful when you work with industry. You have to pay attention. You have to have the right people at the negotiating table, like astronomers who are all nuts. I mean, they just are crazy about astronomy. I like to think of Jim Olvestad as an example. You need a determined negotiator at the table, and I think that involvement of industry again is something that is very important and is part of the future, and it's partly because of workforce. They say something that came up at the quantum science summit that France was at was it was very well populated by people from industry, and the gap between industry and universities is just too large. We have to find a way to close that gap. I would love to be doing a lot more internships with industry, paid for by industry, where we send grad students to industry for a 6-month stint, and that can be like a trial for a job. The example I think of is I have a lot of connections with Denmark. I went to school there as a grad student for a couple of years, and so I have visited many times Danish Technical University. They have a requirement of a PhD from Danish Technical University. You do a 6-month internship, 6 months to a year internship with industry. I think that's brilliant. I would love to be doing something like that.
Vint? I just have one concrete example of a close relationship between Google and University of Santa Barbara. University of California at Santa Barbara, all of our quantum work is done jointly between our team located near there and the university. It's been making some pretty major progress, so at least there's hope that worked examples exist.
Well, and then one thing that we have to think about is that university professors like to reproduce themselves and think less of industry, and that's something that we just have to get over, and we have to be inviting industry to our campuses so that they can, start to get what they need from our educational system.
Panch. Just a follow-up to the question on partnerships. Have you also looked at foundations like Kavli and Keck and others as you're thinking about programs?
So far, we have a collaboration with Simons. We have the one I mentioned of Stand Up to Cancer. We have some ongoing conversations with Sloan, where the question was, are there things that interest us that you are not supporting that are very important? And so we looked in that parameter space and provided them a bunch of things. So we have a bunch of ongoing discussions there. We are having some conversations with the Moore Foundation. I'll tell you, the main challenge, both with foundations and industry, is that those things are based on relationships. And you need to have a person who has the time to go to the place over and over and develop the relationship, and then you can do it. And honest to God, I'd like to just hire someone into MPS who could be in charge of that. But, you know, we're funding 30,000 people. That takes a lot of work. We're busy. So it's just sort of an FTE issue. It really takes an investment of time. It really takes development of relationships. You don't do it without that.
And one of the things we've heard over and over in the last several years is this challenge of operation and maintenance, the O&M fees for large facilities. What is your concern about that with regard to the 30,000 and maybe needing 35,000 in this sphere of your support?
You know, O&M.
And the second part of that is sort of how does that impact size of awards and work that can get done by existing investigators?
So as we go to the next generation of facilities, and facilities get bigger, operations get bigger, and we have situations where divisions are not even suggesting facilities because they know that the O&M budget would just swamp their ability to fund individual investigators. So it really is it is a serious problem, and the foundation is taking it on. The foundation is really looking at ways to try to solve this problem. The other extreme example where you would, for example, have MREFC just take on O&M, people are a little bit afraid of that example because then everyone will just suggest every single facility. So you have to have a balance between sort of responsibility and the ability to do your next facility.
Thank you. Additional questions? We have time for a few more. If there are. This has been a great discussion. Obviously, you fascinated a number of people. I really like, this is my favorite as well, like everybody around the room, but having that tied, as you did, to air currents was great. Thanks. Other comments? Please thank your team for us who helped to put this together. I know we know this is not an easy kind of thing to do.
It was a team effort, truly.
So I knew it had to be. So please give them our thanks and gratitude for the presentation and for the foundational kind of things that MPS provides for biology and for the other disciplines that are here. One of the questions that come up because of the increased focus on convergence and the big ideas is the willingness of divisions to work together. And I think that the pressures will be on even greater as questions arise. Maybe one last question I have is this area around convergence, and especially in such a foundational science as yours, do you see an opportunity to shape the nature of the way research is done in universities in this context of creating programs that require greater interactions? I mean, especially in this space, in this division.
So I'd go back to the comment I made about we support the community and we lead the community. So shape, follow, shape, follow. Yes, I see the ability to do it, but you don't force, you don't force a good marriage, and you don't force a good collaboration. One of our best stories is in physics. our division director, Denise Caldwell, watched her physicists walking over to biology departments, and then she watched the biologists walking back, and then pretty soon she made a phys bio program, and that was really productive. So yes, I see the ability to facilitate this, and I think it's super important. One of the things we're trying to do in Quantum Leap, or is it HDR? I can't remember, is to make it very easy for computer science departments at universities to hire people with bona fide quantum experience, because they don't really want to do it. They're computer scientists. They don't want to hire quantum people. So we're trying to make it really easy for them to do that as a way to facilitate that, that field. So lead, follow. I mean, it has to be, you can't force too extreme a collaboration, and yet you can set up a situation where it can happen. So did I avoid that question?
Fairly well.
Well enough?
But the issue that you said, that the last phrase you used, you can set the stage for the change to happen. You see it over and over in universities. A question that might be raised: that can we do this? Do we have a facility to do this? And the dean says, go to another university to do it, which may be the right answer. But other cases, it may well be. This really is an important component of what we do. The NSF has capability to help us to get there, and come back to this, the issue already that we've talked about over and over of these new technologies and visualization, which start in MPS, and how we encourage universities to be bold and think about how they might attack a problem based upon what NSF has and can do. And the responsiveness that you have as you begin programs, I think, is pretty evident.
You have three university presidents sitting at the table.
I'm sure they're listening and thinking about how they could do it. This is great. Thanks very much for your participation as a board as well, because I think it shows the interest in this field, in this space.
You're very welcome.
We have, John?
I have a question of France. Do you have statistics like Ann showed for the NSF-wide for how many scientists and engineers have been touched by NSF support in a year?
Yeah, we do. But I don't remember what those numbers offhand. Yeah.
It would be great those numbers are impressive.
Yeah, it's, thank you. Jim's reminding me that it's part of the budget rollout that those numbers are in there, so we can get them to you.
I'll let my computer go dead in the meantime. We're coming back now. The next agenda item is around the further discussion about the vision project that we have talked about earlier. Now that we'd like to, now that we've had the board approval for the vision project, I'd like to finish this session on returning to that topic. We have a few minutes to discuss it. In the context of this vision, we will be reaching out to committee chairs and others to join in coordinating the effort, and how we do it, what kind of maybe a small team might take this over, or how the coordination is done. But the activity that is required to create a good vision will require input from each of the committees. And in the meantime, I'd like to use part of this time to think about the themes that the board should explore in developing the vision, as well as the types of stakeholders with whom the board should engage in the process. This discussion will help us to frame the process from here out in the next 12 months to 15 months, 13 months, and give us some ideas of how we can do this most effectively and help us to set up a plan. The document in tab 3.4 of the Diligent book that I referred to earlier lists several possible themes for us to consider as we think about the future of science, about the global system of science, about the credibility of science, the practice in its context, and the role of higher education, big ideas and artificial intelligence, and so forth. Some of these have emerged from discussions that the board has been having in the various settings that we talked about before. And on 3.4, if you have your diligent book in front of you, I'll just read a couple of things on which set the context for our vision. And we think that the context is set by realizing that the NSB must be a consistent proponent of fundamental research. That came out over and over in our discussions. As much as each of us have our individual interests and drives for how our discipline might impact society, underlying all of that is this demand that we support fundamental research. There's also a recognition that there's a workforce issue. That foreign students are currently a significant percentage of our PhDs and postdocs. As that changes, if we expect that to change, as there's more homegrown talent, or as it might say, that the magnet is larger back in China than it is in the US for those of Chinese descent, and the same will likely happen in South Asia with time. The issue of what our workforce is like. And our demographics are changing, and we'll be a majority-minority country by 2050. How does that impact on our planning and education and our work at the NSF in preparing a skilled workforce? Higher education is under significant stress. We heard comments last night from Julia and her group about the importance of state support for building the workforce, and the support for the private sector of engaging in workforce development. We're under stress in a number of states who have not put education at the highest priority in maintaining quality of K through 12 and beyond. The vision presents an opportunity to think beyond the tenure of this board and our current leadership, which we have. I don't use the word very often. The word blessed means certain things to different people, but we have been privileged to have a leadership in this agency that's very, very special. And the camaraderie that it has and with this board has been instrumental in our willingness to be engaging and to do our work. So that we need to think beyond this leadership and this board in terms of how we think. So the vision is a component of the board risk management strategy that we have spent so much time on in the last several years with Dr. Ruth David and her committee. It highlights the agency continues to adapt and even to lead the change. We don't want to be caught off guard by these broader challenges, and as you've heard it said, we want to be on the offensive in our stance rather than on the defensive. So I think we all agreed at the retreat that the vision must make a case for fundamental research. It must speak to all dimensions of our charge. It's not a strategic plan, but it might influence, and perhaps if it's right, will influence the development of those plans. It should help NSF continue to think boldly and to think about the long term, notwithstanding the short-term needs, to be aspirational and be on the offense. And it unites the several components of our mission, that is to prepare to be leaders in science, but also to lead the way for a successful and growing and vibrant economy and doing good for people at the same time we do science. So we really have laid out, we talked about a number of these issues in our conversations. And I'd like to engage with you in a bit more thinking about, so who do we talk to? Who is this targeted to, and how should we carry out this process of developing a plan for delivering a vision statement in 12 to 13 months? Comments from the team? That's you, it's not just a committee, that's everybody. Vint?
So here's a thought to ponder. One of the problems that I think has been on my mind for a while is that there's an increasing distrust of science, and you have to ask, where is that coming from? I wish I understood more deeply the erosion of trust in scientific work. One of the things that may have contributed to that, if you agree it's a problem, is a set of incentives that drive parties to essentially discount scientific results because those results may be inimical to their incentives. Climate change is a good example of a highly debated topic in that respect. Unless we understand the incentives that drive people to discount scientific work, we may have a hard time figuring out how to rebuild trust in science. And so somewhere along the line, I think we have to ask ourselves what those incentives are and whether there are any steps that we can take to change the incentives in order to make scientific work more trusted.
It's a pretty sobering way to start this vision, because the spot is on target, and it's so important, fundamental to whether or not this agency can have the impact that we need to have to make a vibrant society and a thriving economy. Inputs? Yes, please, Maureen.
So I think following up on that comment, which I think is a very important one, is that not just identifying who we need to speak to, but how we need to speak to them. I think a lot of vision statements put forward a positive view of how we see ourselves, but that's different from putting forward a persuasive view, trying to convince people to see themselves, to see us the way we see ourselves. So I think having that notion of a vision statement more as a persuasive document than as a self-revelation or a statement of our own vision of ourselves is going to really color both who we speak to and how we speak to them.
And especially the how. I think Vince pointing out in some respects I absolutely agree, but I think there's, with all due respect, I think there's this lack of understanding from the science community of of how people make their understanding of science, what leads to an understanding of science and appreciation of it in the context of the forces currently the forces of social media that can be so, for example, can be so pervasive and impactful on people's vision of fact or science developed relationships. And that piece is the one that I think that Vin's getting to as well. The forces are different than they were before. It was a matter of how you get it and what message we deliver. And I feel so uninformed about how decisions are made in a social circle or in an individual's mind, and what leads to the continuation of that sense instead of the relearning that I sometimes find myself really struggling with. What can I do? Vicki?
Well, I'm obviously not an expert on this, but I do want to point out that there is a reasonable body of research that's been done in this area, and so there's a reasonable body of research, and in addition, the National Academies of Science has been funding a number of workshops and symposia and all kinds of events on exactly this topic. So I think a good first step would be to educate ourselves on that. Bob may be able to weigh in more specifically on that.
Let me just jump in. So the Pew Group has pecked away at this problem over and over again. So my just action step proposal would be, let's just get a small group of us, meet with them early on in this 12-month period, just to put information in our heads that's fact-based, research-based.
And other sources such as Vicki mentioned. That's a great idea. Yes, Suresh?
So I guess I'm not sure, so it's a question. What is NSF's position on encouraging communication by our scientists and engineers? Are we doing anything proactively to do more of that? So the flip side to what Vint and others said is, how good are we at talking about our science? And I would submit, not very. And so obviously you cannot make scientists talk in a certain way or train them how to do it, but there's certainly a good number of them that with the right encouragement and perhaps some training at their universities and stuff, can be very good sort of messengers. So I'm curious about what the position generally is and whether that's another aspect to assisting with this public perception of science.
Francis, is someone in the agency that can address that?
Sure. Well, I can start, and I'll ask Amanda to add to it. So we have a long history, first of all, of funding people actually to do informal science education within the Directorate of Education and Human Resources, and our leader for that is Karen Marangel, who is here and can address that. But we do it through museums, public television, mentorship programs, summer schools, et cetera, et cetera. As far as interacting with Congress, we have, as you noticed from Anne's presentation, she talked about the FACA committees, and every directorate has FACA committees. They have committees of visitors that come in, they have advisory committees that are here all the time, and they always ask the question about how can we be helpful. And we give them messages, which Amanda's group, Amanda Greenwell here, leads our Office of Public and Legislative Affairs called OLPA. You'll hear that word a lot. And we have some very broad, good messages about the importance of fundamental research and what its impacts are. They've also, and so we encourage them to put their big hat on and not talk about their specific center project, but about the big thing. Because as Anne also used the phrase that that all the boats rise when the ocean is higher, and so we try to just work on the bottom line. And then Amanda's group has developed a really good congressional toolkit online, so you can just go to nsf.gov and in the search box put in toolkit, and you'll see a lot of wonderful videos that just last a minute or two, and all sorts of messaging points and helpful advice about how one can advocate and educate without lobbying, and talk about the agency. So we've just put in the last few years, again under Amanda's leadership and the board's leadership, a tremendous amount of effort into the public communication of NASA, of NSF's vision and mission and our impact. But Amanda, maybe you'd like to add.
Sure. So I think you said that really well, Dr. Cordova. I'd only add that in addition to the messages and tools that we've put up, it's about relationships. And so we're really trying to reach out to our counterparts within the universities, the societies. I know we're hearing from a couple today at lunch, making sure they're aware of the things that we're pulling together, making sure that we're asking the question of how we can help, how we can get others engaged. We try to use a lot of those that we fund in events that we pull together. We're doing one that I'll talk about later on the Hill for the new members and staff that are coming in February, making sure that we can highlight that research and also how that has an impact on our society and things that we care about. So it's making sure that we keep that role of communication open and looking for other ways and other products that we can pull together to tell that story.
And as a member, are you all on the listserv yet or not, the new members? No. Oh, okay,
They will be within a week.
Okay, because if you're on the listserv, you would see we are constantly putting out our communications notes, and we have something called the OPA Weekly, which you can read, and I think Venta always reads and makes a good comment about it, but it summarizes everything that we know about that's gone on from us and others that is relevant to Congress and the public and so on. It's a really good condensed summary, but we put a lot of notices there.
So homework assignment, there's a book called The Merchants of Doubt, and it's worth understanding and reading it. And the reason for that is that I used to think that if I could just get you to understand the scientific principles and the rationale and the way in which science is done, that you surely would agree. And it turns out that isn't the case. This is a plug for SBE, understanding what it is that drives people to choose to either accept or reject scientific work. If it turns out the results of science are inimical to your incentives, then you're going to look for any way you can to discount the science. And that's what happens in many cases. And so the solution to the problem, while part of it is partly educating people, part of it's understanding what the social dynamic is that leads to some of the anti-science behaviors that we're seeing. And unless we understand that, I think that we will not succeed entirely in our objective.
Thank you. In addition to those challenges, we'll need to hear from a number of NSF stakeholders as we develop the vision. I'd like to have a brief discussion, if we could, on that topic. Who ought to be added to the list of those that we listen to. I should say that we're also hoping to have a visit here at one of our upcoming board meetings from one or more futurists that can give us their vision of what might be out there and how whether it's an education futurist or someone who thinks about technologically or other things. But I always get stimulated by having a good futurist in the room, and maybe they can help us envision what that future is. Are there comments about who ought to be in this listening space? I mean, who ought we to hear from? What are the list of groups? We had a nice review of what's done in MPS and how they listen forward. Yes, Bob?
One of the topics, I'm getting to your question, but I want to do it indirectly. It seems to me a principal focus of our vision ought to address this notion of depth versus breadth of the foundation activities and the role of convergence, and that's in there. I just want to put a plug. I think we need to take that on quite seriously. But on the breadth side, all of the potential partner funding agencies, some of which have been identified this morning, but others who haven't been mentioned as prominently, it seems to me we need some way to reach out, and that's tricky. I think at what level do you reach, who reaches out, and so on. But I'd put a plug in to talk to the other funding agencies that touch NSF or could touch NSF in the future.
Or those whom NSF serve by their background information generated. Yeah, I think it would be helpful for us to know the nature of those interactions. We saw it actually on one of the slides for MPS where those relationships are, and it can imply what other agencies are out there as well. But it would be really helpful for us to have a good understanding of those as exist and those for which there's a paucity.
Yeah, we have hundreds of partnerships, a lot of them throughout the agency. Ann was just talking about MPS, but I think it would be great, Diane, to put on the agenda for the February meeting just an overview from engineering, size, EHR, all the others. I mean, I think you would just be amazed by the numbers and kinds of partnerships.
We've touched on this in the last several years, and I think I still don't have a good grasp of what we do with other agencies in the government as well as other foundations. And how we jointly partner. That would be informative for our discussion in the vision. Others who want to add here are we missing someone on those that we should speak with? We've talked about who do we want to target this to. I think who this vision will be toward, and then how we disseminate. We've touched on that. But are we listening enough? Yes, Emilio.
Maybe we should take advantage of those eager faces we saw in the Quantum Leap and other slides so far and in the past. If we have events where we involve the next generation of scientists, that will be an audience to engage with our emerging vision, is what does the next generation want to see science look like?
It reminds me that the Kavli has these really exciting meetings of young scientists. It might be interesting to know what their schedule is and have a coffee discussion with that. Those are always exciting young people who are at the cutting edge of some discipline. Yes, and the obstacles, right? More than just money. I mean, that's always an issue. It's brought up. Just give us more money. Others? Yes, Vicky.
Well, I think this is probably stating the obvious, but I thought I would, and that is, given that NSF, as Ann said, fund science, and majority of the funding goes to universities, we should tap into our connections with university organizations so that we make sure we hear early. We think we know a lot of the challenges because many of us are in institutions or running institutions or involved in APLU or AAU, et cetera, but I think really making sure we have captured the pulse of the institutions that are supported and do the science is really critical, and engineering is really critical.
And equally as important are those that are not as invested as other areas, other states. Get back to this issue, Julia, of the importance of local commitment, regional commitment, and what we can do as an NSB. Maybe nothing, but
leveraging those connections in those states is certainly going to be critical. We can't go to every state in every local place, right. So we've got to leverage folks on the ground in those places.
Right, thank you. Comment, Maureen, you almost had a hand up.
Well, I'm just reflecting again on the young scientist aspect of this question, and especially in light of the very leaky pipeline I think we're all aware of, that many people go into science and engineering fields as undergraduates and ultimately don't make it to be young faculty or practitioners of the art, so to speak. So how is it we could reach out to them, the people that are either leaving or have left, or are considering leaving, because they are the people that are most able to tell us what it is that's blocking a bright future for science.
Yeah, the reality is that there will only be 15 or 18% of those that we train as students will end up as in positions of privilege as we have in faculty and being faculty of universities. And there's such a wealth of other opportunities there, and making sure that we understand and can comment on the opportunities beyond just academia, I think is always important. It's more than just who we are. We aren't just replacements. We're not looking for replacements, but those that fuel the economy are those that are out in private sector. This has been a great conversation. I can't thank you enough for the ideas and others that will come in. Please, as this becomes more formalized and you find out who the people are that you can be in contact with, please let us know. We have a great team at the office, at Kathy and Elise and others. Yes, Dr. Cordova.
So in response to Maureen, I think something I should mention, we just sort of assumed all the new people were on the listserv. So there's a lot of stuff that has gone on recently that we should collect and we'll make sure that they get it. But one thing that's very important in the pipeline, I guess pipeline's the only word we have right now. Yeah. We need a better one. Of people dropping off is the whole issue of harassment and sexual harassment. And the National Academy and the agency has taken a real leadership role in that. Yeah. And if you saw the recent New York Times article, I think Vince sent it around from the science section Tuesday, that it was, some people made the comment that the magnitude of people that leave because of that has just not been recognized until very recently. So we're really happy at the foundation that people worked so hard in getting that new term and condition about sexual harassment and harassment in general into the terms and conditions of our award grants. And the reception has been global. Other agencies around the world are wanting to do it, consulting with us. Rhonda Davis, who heads our Office of Diversity and Inclusion, has been on a nonstop speaking tour, including with our Deputy General Counsel and our head of grant policy to other countries to talk about how this was done and what the implications are. But, you know, just identifying, and this is where, as Vint mentioned, the importance of social and behavioral research, that it's the cultural problems that are endemic to our fields are just something to really try to better understand and to tackle. And this was one, I think, very good recent example of where both the Academy and the agency got on top of that.
I think all of us around this table have a great deal of pride in the initiative that the NSF took and the leadership role that you had played there. And the academies as well. It really has been remarkable because it leads us to the broader discussion beyond gender and other implications or other ethnicities or other minorities that haven't participated. It's a broader discussion because unless we welcome from all walks of life, from all genders, all sectors, we won't meet that need and we won't have the continued growth in understanding of the importance of science without doing so. We are a minority majority nation. That means something different than it might have meant 40 years ago. So it really is an opening, I think, not just for the absolutely critical starting point of gender, but other parts of society that need to be included. And somehow this vision statement has to make that a forefront, whether it is because that's what our economy drives on, or because it is our sense of moral obligation to those citizenry that we serve as a consequence of being funded by public resources, for goodness sakes. But all of that needs to be embodied in some way. So this document can't be hundreds of pages long. It's got to be crisp and clean and 10 to 12 pages or whatever we end up with, but it's got to be sharp. And so every word is going to matter as we develop the subsections and the overall themes. Stephen?
Yeah, I just make an optimistic point. There was the comment about how people receive a science or engineering education and only 18% go on to teach at universities. I think we should also look at the impact of science and math education and the value of it other than in teaching positions at universities. I, for example, have a law degree, and although I don't practice law today, it has fundamentally changed me for the better and informs everything I do. And so in addition to a metric about how many people go on to teach or in the universities, if we could find some idea of the value of science and engineering education beyond just the academia, I think that would be a fair reflection of the value of what we're providing.
And many of some of that information is in the SEI, the indicators book, and it is terribly important, a good point always to make. But we are now about 4.5 minutes overdue. Diane, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Roger. I just said add one point that it sounds like it could be a good time to revisit the STEM pipeline report that we did a couple of years ago, because that would help address some of this. We will now adjourn and take a 10-minute break. We'll resume in this room at 11 for the Committee of Oversight. Thank you.
Test. Test. Test.
Go ahead, step away. Test 1, 2, 3. Test, test. I was getting it before.
Well, I don't have the thing.
Yeah.
We need
Yeah. Test 1, 2. Test, test.
I get the clip. Test 1, 2. Nothing specifically on that.
Let's please take our seats and let's gather again. It's time to convene the Committee on Oversight. Anila Sargent, Chair.
Okay. Brilliantly, my brilliant thought of how to do this hasn't worked. There we go. Okay. I'd like to begin by welcome everybody who's back from the break to the open meeting of the Committee on Oversight, and I might refer to this as CO. It's quite a pleasure for me to actually be in the room for my first open committee meeting. As you may recall, I was not able to attend the July board meeting. So you can probably tell from the board book that we have a very full agenda today. And so without further comment, I'd like to move approval of the minutes, but I don't actually see any of my current committee members, who are John Anderson, Roger Beachy, I'm calling them all out, who are John Anderson, Roger Beachy, Carl Leinberger, and Bud Peterson. Oh, is Carl here? Oh, Carl, I apologize to you. So I think I do need more if we're going to approve the minutes, since they are the people who approve. Is that correct?
So read the list again. Do we have half of them at least?
We've got, let's see, John is here, yes. Carl is here, and, well, we've got two people. Is that? Roger is coming, okay. Yes, but I wasn't there for the meetings, so that's me. Okay, so without further comment, I'm going to move to approve the minutes. There's a link to the minutes in the comprehensive agenda, okay? And I think I can do this well. This is not working as well as I thought it was going to. Sorry, this is now my fault. Why can I must say that maybe I'm going to go back to the paper notes, which seemed not so good in the first, I mean, it seemed easier to do it electronically, but, which I had got out of order. Here we go. Okay, so there's a link in the, so I'd like to request the formal approval of the minutes of our July 17, 2018 open session meeting. Are there any corrections to the open session minutes? No? Hearing no corrections, the minutes stand approved as presented. I now request the formal approval of the minutes of our closed teleconference meeting on August 27th, 2018. Are there any corrections to the closed teleconference meeting minutes? Hearing no correction, the minutes stand approved as presented. Okay. And so once I have tidied up what I have untidied, I will, here we go. So I'd like to now update you on the merit review report. You'll all recall that the merit review report is the primary mechanism by which NSF informs all stakeholders about the integrity of the merit review process. I think we can all agree that it's vitally important that we provide confidence that the NSF merit review process is fair and transparent. Now, a little background may be in order, especially given the presence of our new members. In the mid-1970s, Congress recommended that the National Science Board take primary responsibility for establishing policies governing peer review at NSF. And since 1977, NSB has required an annual report from the Foundation on its peer review process, the Merit Review Report, which I may refer to sometimes as MRR. The Committee on Oversight also continues to periodically review and refine the criteria which guide the NSF's proposal evaluation process. Inevitably, since the 70s, the report has grown considerably in volume, quadrupling in size since 1966. And as a result, it has become difficult for the board and the stakeholders to come to grips with all the important implications inherent in the vast data set that is represented. And I think you could see earlier today when Anne was asked some questions, some of that data already resides in these data sets that exist in the Merit Report. So to ameliorate the situation, the reporting frequency was changed in 2017 by us from annual to biennial, with the expectation that in the off years, it would provide an opportunity for deep dives into individual important items for which there is data in the report. And the next MMR, I might add, is expected to be published in 2019. Now, in addition to this, as all the follow-up forever, under the chairmanship of John Anderson, who was chair before me, the Oversight Committee convened a retreat of NSB members and NSF staff in July 2018 to gain a better understanding of how the MRRR is produced, what information it now provides to stakeholders, and how optimum use can be made of this database. The informal working group also discussed how the MRR fits into NSF's broader merit review ecosystem, which includes the Committee of Visitors and the advisory committees. And you will recall that John briefed the July board meeting on that retreat. And a summary of the highlights is included in your current board book and includes the key topics of discussion, which include ideas for enhancing the utility and readability of the MRR and increasing stakeholder engagement, as well as leveraging the MRR to promote transparency about the merit process. And I'd like to thank you, John, for organizing a very productive and informative retreat. So in the interest of time, John will not do a further report here, but you should feel free at the end of this to direct questions to him as appropriate. And then, since this got beyond belief muddled up, excuse me, I apologize for this. I had hoped to actually use my, do you have page 3 by any, page 4? No, it is page 3, okay. Page 4, page 5. Here we are. So, I've got there. Building on the momentum, better than mine, I might add, building on the momentum from the retreat, the NSF staff is now assessing potential enhancements to its reporting on the merit review process. You'll find a copy of their memorandum, Merit Review Report Update, in your board book. This outlines a conceptual approach to improving the report's utility through data digitization. And as a pilot project, the staff is engaged in the production of a streamlined version of the traditional MRR using fiscal year 2017 data. Perhaps just as importantly, they are also adding examples of possible companion modules on individual topics of interest to the, topics of individual interest to the committee and the board, such as statistical data that measure the health of merit review. But you can imagine many other items that we might want to dive more deeply into that a module might assist in. So I'd like to thank the NSF staff very much for this very thoughtful update. now. They plan a further update at the February board meeting. And I'd like to also say that I can't speak too highly of the level of collaboration with NSF staff that has been experienced in this important effort. We're very grateful for it. And now I go into the next stage of looking. We may be over this moment in a minute. We're at 6. Sorry. I had, as I say, proposed to do this in a different way, which didn't turn at 6. Thank you. So the merit review itself, the merit review working group itself is also looking at ways to move forward and will provide NSF staff with feedback on their proposed approach and offer additional suggestions. But at the same time, this group will continue to consider ways for the committee and the board to take a more holistic look at how NSF reviews and can improve the overall merit review project. Understanding the merit review ecosystem, which comprises not just the merit review report, but also opinions from the committees of visitors and the advisory committees. This understanding is of critical importance to the Foundation's stakeholders, if not to all of us. So in conclusion, I'd like to get some input from the board on the memorandum. Questions might be what data actually needs to be in the MRR to give the board and other stakeholders assurance that the merit review process is fair and transparent. Are there changes that we would like the NSF to make to update the CO on the merit review process, for example, in pilot programs that use AI? And overall, should we be considering inclusion of more data, exclusion of some other data, and focus on particular data? So I welcome the board's comments on this at this time. Does anyone want to add comments? Perhaps John, are you?
Well, first I want to commend Susie Iacono and her group for putting this together and working hard on addressing some of our requests for the merit review report. I want to say that I think the NSF does a fine job of merit review. They do what they're supposed to do. They do it well. There's really 3 parts that I see, 3 criteria that are met, and NSF meets those. First, the process must be done properly, must be done right. Second, it must support the NSF agenda, the funding agenda for the foundation. And third, it must be perceived as fair by the stakeholders. And I think the changes we're talking about maybe address the part of the perception as well as maybe making the data more accessible to various constituencies. I think that things that maybe are not emphasized as much in the memo, but they're in there, but I wanted to point out there's been requests for division level data for the merit review in terms of success rate and award size and so on. I believe the staff will have modules available that can be accessed online to get that kind of information, even though it's not contained in the slimmer, shorter version of the report. Also, I think that the board and NSF has to work a little harder at outreach to universities to demonstrate how well the merit review process is executed, and also to get some input from those people. Some of us have talked to colleagues, and they only see a little piece of the merit review, their division, their program, or whatever. They don't see the whole thing. So I think we have to work a little harder at outreach with the results of the merit review report and the process itself. And finally, I think there should be a stronger link between this effort of merit review and the merit review report and the Committee on Engagement, because it's vitally important that the public understand a strength of NSF, which is the merit review process. So that, I think, needs a little bit more emphasis. So with that, I'll stop.
Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you all for listening. I would like you to send any, I would like you to send any additional thoughts or comments via email to Ann Bush-Miller, and of course, please contact her or me if you would like to participate in the Merit Review Working Group, because it's going to be tremendously diminished with the departures from the board. I think that this is a tremendously important activity for the agency at this time in communicating with all stakeholders, not just the grantees, but the Congress. And so if anyone would be interested in joining this informal working group at the moment, I would really appreciate it, so please let me know. Okay, and so moving on from there, the next item on our agenda relates to the Office of the Inspector General, the OIG. The semi-annual report to Congress that we will see covers the 6-month period ending September 30th, 2018. I remind everyone that the board is required to submit the OIG's semi-annual report on its activities, along with the NSF management response, if one is prepared, to Congress twice per year at the end of May and November. The NSB has delegated initial authority to the Committee on Oversight to generally supervise the OIG, including the review of the semi-annual report. In practice, the committee reviews the report to determine if there is a need for further discussion on any matter. The committee also reviews and approves the NSF management response and accompanying tables. All appointed members of the Committee on Oversight reviewed the current OIG semi-annual report and the NSF management response via email, and had no comments or suggested changes. The committee members voted to approve the management response and to recommend sending the package to the full board. The OIG report and the NSF management response with tables are in the board book, and I encourage board members to review these. During the open plenary session tomorrow afternoon, NSB Chair Diane Souvain will make the formal recommendations for the full board to approve the management response and to authorize her to sign the cover letter for transmittal of the package to Congress. Now I'd like to introduce the Inspector General, Alison Lerner, who will give us a brief overview of the semi-annual report. Alison.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sargent. So I am honored to be able to present our 59th semi-annual report. I know it's the 460th meeting of the board and the 59th semi-annual report that our office has done since our founding in 1989. As you see, the results highlight the investigative and audit work that we did for the 6-month period ending September 30th. In that period, our investigations led to the recovery of nearly $4 million, including funds returned to NSF, restitution, fees, and funds put to better use. We also reported out on audits that we did, and including incurred cost audits at 6 universities, which resulted in question costs totaling $908,000. Finally, the report, as always, summarizes the investigative results of our research misconduct investigations into allegations of fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism involving NSF-funded work. I'm happy to take any questions that you have about any of the material in that report.
I don't notice any questions. Please continue.
All right. Well, then I think at this point I will move into.
Excuse me. So if you have completed, I'd like now OIG. So you're going to brief us on the OIG's recent activities.
Thank you. And one of the first things that I wanted to do was bring you all up to date. We've had many changes in leadership in our Office of Investigation since the last meeting of the board. When you look at our semi-annual report, you see that our work is divided and undertaken by 2 separate wings in the office. office. And all of the investigative outcomes that you see there are the result of a wonderful group of special agents, investigative attorneys, and investigative scientists that work under the inspired leadership of some highly skilled investigative leaders. And we are experiencing change in those ranks because Alan Boehm, our Assistant Inspector General for Investigations, who headed that group since 2012, has agreed to take on the challenge of creating our new Office of Management. It's an important role for our office to ensure that we have the infrastructure and support that we need to do our job in the best possible way, and we're grateful to Alan for being willing to move over and take his superior organization and leadership skills to this new challenge. And I would note that, you know, it's not just us that appreciate Alan. He was recognized by the Council of the Inspectors General for Integrity and Efficiency and given their prestigious Individual Accomplishment Award in October of this year for his contributions to the entire IG investigative community. So kudos to Alan, but his moving over left a vacancy to fill, and Megan, I'll ask Megan to stand up. Megan Wallace, who had been the special agent in charge of our office, I should say, has stepped up and taken on that role. She's doing a tremendous job, and I know that she will fill the very large boots that Alan left ably. Her moving up created a vacancy in the special agent in charge position, and that's been filled by Jen Springman. Jen started out life in our office as an auditor and moved over and became an investigator and has done tremendous work ever since. She now leads our group of agents who conduct investigations for our office. And finally, late in the summer, Trini Ross joined our office from the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Western District of New York, where she'd been an AUSA, and she now leads our investigative attorneys who play key roles in the investigations that our office undertakes. So lots of changes in leadership, but all of those new leaders are committed to doing the same high quality results that their predecessors have. So thanks for bearing with me and letting me introduce you to them. Now I'm going to turn the floor over to Phil Moore from Carney & Company, who's going to report out on the results of the 2018 Financial Statement and Federal Information Security Modernization Act audits. Phil, floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. So today we're going to go over, so here's the agenda for today's briefing. So we're going to go over the scope and results of our audit. I'll talk about some activities looking forward for management and Carney & Company in the audit work. We do have an Antarctica site visit that's just wrapping up now. I'll give a short briefing on that, and listing our engagement team, and we have some appendix material on the level of internal control findings, the definition of those, as well as the high-level briefing of some of our findings of notice and findings recommendations we had in this fiscal year. So it's going over the scope of the work. Our audit work included doing an audit over the National Science Foundation's Statement of Government-Wide Financial Reporting System and the closing package for fiscal year 2018, ending September 30th. We also did an IT information technology control activities in two separate areas. First was the GAO's, using GAO's FISCAM, looking at IT controls around security, access, configuration management in support of the financial statement. And then a separate IT review around using the FISMA metrics issued by DHS and reporting on the security posture of NSF based on our in-scope systems. So the results are good news. So this year, the independent auditor's report had us having unmodified opinion on the financial statements, also known as a clean opinion. So because of, with that, we had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. And if you want to know a little bit more detailed about those, you can look at Appendix A. Also, we had no instances of noncompliance. And for the closing package, again, unmodified clean opinion, no material weaknesses, and no significant deficiencies. So saying all of that, we really do appreciate the tremendous amount of collaboration that NSF has given us this year. It really speaks highly about how efficiently we get through the audit, not of large, no large big issues around coordination, getting through our material samples, getting through the IT areas we need to. So we really do thank NSF and all the work that they put in to helping us get through the audit efficiency and effectively. So just following up on the scope, we also issued the metrics and for the DHS FSMA rating, and all out of the 8 areas of FSMA, it's a maturity model, and which is 1 through 5, and each of those the maturity showed effective. And from a FSMA perspective, that means they were measured and manageable. Out of 7, and 8, one of those areas had the top rating, which is optimized. So from a cyber security perspective, using the DHS metrics, the news is very good. Looking forward, so we do plan to issue a corrective actions for those issues we did find that did not raise to a significant deficiency and or material weakness in a management letter, and and from that management letter, we do ask that NSF do take those items in consideration to ensure and correct those issues per our recommendations so they don't turn into bigger issues in the future. We're also going to be kicking off 2 additional audits in the near future. One will be the Improper Payments Elimination and Recovery Act audit, starting sometime in December. And then in March, we'll be starting our Data Act audit as well. This year, we do, this is the first year that, for Carney & Company having this contract to actually do an Antarctic site visit. So for that site visit, which is wrapping up as we speak, we did travel to McMurdo and South Pole stations. We looked at the IT infrastructure, security. This is for the FY19 FSMA audit, and well as the FY19 financial statement audit. So using our current metrics as we have from DHS, we looked at a number of systems at the South Pole and McMurdo stations. We also had evaluated network monitoring and incident response type of controls. And then on the financial audit side, we did a number of walkthroughs and assessments around controls related to real property, capital equipment, and cooperative agreements, as well as testing NSF-owned property. So right now, as we're just wrapping up our work on site, we will then debrief with the team as they return over the next week and do follow-up activities leading into the FY19 audit. So this is just the engagement team that supports the NSF OIG. Other than the appendix, that wraps up the presentation. Wondering, are there any questions at all?
Are there any questions from the board? Yes, Roger.
I'd like to query a little bit about the trip to the Antarctic. Those of us who visited last year were struck by some deficiencies around facilities. Did any of those deficiencies impact at all on either the performance of the audit or substantial risks that were uncovered as a consequence of some of the deficiencies?
Yeah, so from what I understand, the travel went really well. They were really well supported. We do have a few observations that are preliminary that we briefed out in an exit meeting before we left ICE. Right now, I can't speak to the severity of those issues since they're just preliminary, and we will reassess when we get there. But the trip, from what I understand, went very well. The team worked very, very hard and some long hours while down there to get through all the audit work we had. But nothing big as of right now that comes out of that for the board's awareness.
Great, thank you very much. That's very helpful to know that from your perspective, there's nothing at risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to take a second to commend the team. They were supposed to have 2 separate visits to the ice, one last year and one this year. But because of government funding issues last year that overlapped right when we were supposed to go down last year, they weren't able to make that trip. So they had to combine all of their work into one visit, which made for an extremely hectic and very, work-filled several days down on the ice. But every report that I've heard back from Mark and the team is that they did an outstanding job, and they covered everything and were very well supported by all the folks on the ice.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thank you. It sounds very positive, and I'm looking forward to, Scary, there's another question.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm somewhat new to this. First of all, the correct title for an Inspector General, I should refer to you as General. I think that's right. Anyway, General, audit is really fundamental to every aspect of every business, particularly ones like this that involve the public trust. Did I understand you to say that in the relevant period you were looking into potentially $4 million of issues?
We had about $4 million of recoveries resulting out of our investigative activities.
And that, if I understand, and again I'm new, is on an organization of about 8 billion in throughput, which I would calculate out to be about half of 1/10 of 1% of the assets?
I will trust your math.
And on top of that, we had an external audit which was completely clean. As a new person who is incapable of taking any credit for it, that strikes me as a remarkably well-run ship, either in government or in business or anywhere.
Teresa and her team to take a bow. Teresa, are you here? Yeah. You'll hear from Teresa in just a minute, but thank you. It's, you don't know Stephen, but Bud was running the show when I got here, and we thought that the audit committee, between us, we thought we'd never get rid of the significant deficiencies. So the fact that our staff really worked so very hard on them, and we had such great cooperation with the auditors and with the OIG. It was now for 2 years in a row. I think this is historical, right? It's certainly historical in my frame. We don't know of any other 2-year period, and I run a great risk with even mentioning it because clearly we could come back next year with who knows what. But I think that it's, I really appreciate your comment, and the team does, because they've just worked so hard in our business and finance office and with the Inspector General and the auditors on this. So it's, yeah.
John and then Artie. Okay.
We have to remember as well that these clean findings depend on the integrity of the universities and the principal investigators as well. Fortunately, we deal with a community where most of the fund recipients just want to get their research done and use the money most effectively. When you look at the individual cases, there are just some bad actors, but they are a small number. By and large, the system works with integrity, partly because earlier audits by the IG cleaned up deficiencies in the university system.
Thank you. John.
Yes, my sense over the past several years is that much of the recovery is from SBIR grants. They're represented at a higher level or higher percentage than the regular grants. If that's true, does NSF need to pay more attention to those in some way, or can some of that, because I saw a couple more here, a couple big ones, and people doing prison time, in fact.
The good thing for us is that we've got a really fantastic working relationship with the folks within NSF who are responsible for the SBIR program. And we have a long history of sharing the deficiencies and the gaps that we see that need to be filled, and they're being very responsive to those. But, you know, it is a higher risk program because it's going to, you know, people working outside of an environment with a sponsored research office within it. So it's just by its very nature, you know, more likely to be at risk than traditional grants. So, you know, I think that NSF is doing everything that it can. You can't ever stop people who are inclined to, as Arnie noted, to do the wrong thing from doing that. What you want to be positioned with is the ability to take action when that happens. And because of the strong certifications that we have in process, because of the fact that NSF brings us in and all new recipients have to sit through an hour-long presentation by our folks telling them what happens if they lie, that helps us when they lie, because there's no saying that, oops, I didn't understand. You know, intent is clear. So we are a leader in the SBIR program across government, and because of the work of our agents and our great working relationship with the agency. Mm-hmm.
Well, on that happy note, I would like to thank you again, Phil, and we'll move on to our next item because really we're a packed schedule. And Allison is now going to give us a presentation on a brief presentation on the fiscal year 19 management challenges and the fiscal year 19 annual audit plan. The board is seeing for the first time in its board book the new look report on management challenge. Each challenge is defined actually on a single page now, together with current progress towards its reduction and future expectations. And it seems to me that by condensing this need-to-know information in this way, communication with the board is much enhanced. So I'm looking forward to your reactions. So take it away, Allison.
Thank you. And I'm just waiting for them to get our slides up. Yay, even as we speak. So forgive me, I'm going to kind of bolt through this because we don't have a lot of time left and I want to leave time for your questions. So if I don't speak to any slide and you have a question about it, grab me later. So going straight to, as Dr. Sargent noted, one of the things that I'm here to talk about is our most recent management challenges report. We do this is a statutory mandate for all IGs to annually update their assessment of their agency's most serious management and performance challenges facing the agency and the agency's progress in addressing those challenges. So those of you who've been here for a while will know that this report looks different from ones you've seen in the past. And that's because Mark Bell, our head of audits, and I, about this time last year, sat down and talked because the Government Accountability Office had released a report wherein it set out the criteria that it uses for adding items to and taking items off of the high risk list that it publishes. And we thought, if we want to get the most out of our management challenges report, it would be great if we had a similar document and process in place to make it clearer for, what does it take to get something on and what does it take to get something off. So we spent the year kind of creating that process and sharing it with the agency. And we also wanted to report out our results in ways that were clearer and more easily digested and understood by folks with not a lot of time and energy. So the report that you see this year is the culmination of all of those efforts. And I welcome any feedback that you guys have on our new structure and any insights that you have on how we could improve it. For this year's report, we outlined 6 challenge areas for the agency. The good thing is, even though these are areas of challenge, I think our office and the foundation are really working well together to address them. That is a very positive thing. And another great thing is that we were able to remove 2 challenges from that had previously been on the report because of the strong actions that the agency had taken to grapple with them. Now, one of those challenges, the cybersecurity and IT management, is obviously an inherent risk to the organization. organization. And it's quite possible, given the evolving threat environment, that it could come back down the road. But we are at a great point right now, quite different from where we were a few years ago, and we felt it fair to remove it from this specific challenge list. Anila and I were talking before the meeting and about areas where the board could, add value in these challenge areas. And one of the areas that I think would be really helpful for the board to weigh in on and share its insights with the foundation is the last one, encouraging the ethical conduct of research. You'll be hearing more from Dr. Korsmo about what the Office of OD is doing in that area, but I highlight that as an area where the board might have insights given y'all's roles as leaders in the scientific community. Moving on. Included in here also, I'm taking the opportunity for Mark Bell, our AIGI, since our head of audits, because he's still, he's down in New Zealand at the end of the fieldwork phase that you just heard described by Phil. So if he were here, he would be telling you about his audit plan. And the audit plan always consists of a balance of work that we're required to do by statute, and all of the things that you see in here are statutory requirements for us. We don't have the discretion to do them, but it also includes discretionary work. And what I would say about the discretionary work is this is our plan. It's based on our assessment and feedback that we've received from multiple different sources about areas where we think we could add value. But it's only a plan, and it's not infrequently overtaken by events. When, for example, there can be new congressional mandates that are rolled out through the appropriations process, for example. There can be requests from Congress that come to us that we prioritize and think that we need to move up and address. And there can be other unexpected issues that arise. So while this is our thought right now, the work that we're going to do moving forward, there may be other things that arise and that knock one of these issues off and end up replacing it with something that we couldn't anticipate ahead of time. That, I think, is, and on both our management challenges document and our work plan are online on our website in full if you'd like to read them. And if you don't, if you don't have access to your portal, you can get the stuff off of our website. And so with that, I'll stop talking and see if you have any questions for me.
It's meant just a thought about tools for doing audits and things like that. How do you assess your current posture with respect to the tools you have? And is there tool development that you think would be useful?
I'm sorry, Vin, I didn't hear all of what you were saying. Sorry, my ears are...
Mine don't work either, yeah. That's why I've got it.
I need that.
The question had to do with tools and whether you are satisfied with the set of tools you have, technical tools you have for doing audits, or whether there's tool development that's also on your agenda.
Tool development is always on our agenda. We're really fortunate in that we have a team within our Office of Audits that does analytics work for us. They've gotten really good at doing the analytics, running analytics against the general ledgers in the incurred cost context, but we're also using them now in all of our performance audits when we have access to data sets that are helpful to us. We're creating a capacity to do text analysis, and one of the things that we really want to try and do this year is create an analytics-driven kind of desk review of an institution that we could run that would minimize both auditor time and impact on the university, but allow us to, still provide insights on the use of the foundation's funds. So constantly looking, but constantly evolving.
Yeah, Ellen.
So you asked about the new format for management challenges. So I just wanted to give you a big kudo for that, because I really like the new format. And I think it makes it much more clear. You know, a lot of times the challenges repeat in several years. But this really shows, here's actions that the foundation has taken that we've completed, here's some ongoing actions, and I think it really gives a much clearer picture in a very nice format. So thank you for working with the foundation on that. I think it's a big improvement.
Thank you.
Other questions? Oh, John.
At this point, you have a hotline listed. How many hotline calls do you get, or reports?
Oh, we get hundreds, I would imagine, many of which don't pan out. Lots come to me, and I forward them over. And I think if you look in the tables in our semi-annual report, there might be something that notes how many things come in through the hotline, but it's not uncommon for what comes into the hotline to be a big number, and what's really something that you can focus on to be a much smaller number. Am I right on that, Megan?
Just a small correction. What is in the semi-annual is actual what we respond to. The number is much larger than that in terms of actionable items, but we could get back to you on that.
But we have an intake process for all of those things where our senior leaders look and examine everything that comes through to make sure, you know, what is wheat and what is chaff.
Good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Archie.
I noticed the facilities on your list of challenges. Mm-hmm. As we go into an era of international facilities, we can anticipate increasing challenges. And I'm wondering how your office deals with the international facilities in which we participate as compared to the ones that are truly national.
You raise an interesting question, and it's not one that we focused on a lot lately, but it certainly seems after the briefing that we had this morning that there's going to be more of a reason for us to look at situations where we have international partnerships. And I know there was a lot of work done looking at that issue, you know, before I came here to NSF, and I think we'll be at a point to dust that off and to see, you know, what's changed in the intervening years, and, you know, how we need to start trying to add value in that context as well.
Well, if there are no other questions, I'd like to endorse again Ellen's statements about the challenges presentation. I found it really, really clear and helpful, and it showed how much actually not just you were doing, but how receptive and how responsive the foundation is to your noticing these challenges, and that's really impressive. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again to everyone in the foundation that works with us, particularly the folks in the CFO's office, the folks in the large facilities office. It has been, and I'm sure will continue to be a very productive partnership.
Excellent. So now we move on actually to the Chief Financial Officer's update. Teresa. Yes, I knew you were here. Thank you. And thank you again, Allison. I should say, by way of introduction, we're going to hear an update from the NSF Chief Financial Officer, Teresa Grankovich. The CFO's report has already been provided and is available on the portal, and I understand it contains a new feature that that the board will welcome as well as the committee, which is a report on NSF's fiscal year 2019 anticipated large procurement actions. That is above the NSB threshold level, which is at least 8 million. So these are administrative contracts that the board does not act on, but as NSB and NSF staff rigorously consider threats and opportunities in our operations, we suggested that NSF might provide more information about its large procurement actions so that the board has a broader picture of the risks to the agency. And NSF is providing this report in response. Teresa.
Thank you. I will just highlight a few items in my written update in the board book. As Phil mentioned, the agency received its 21st consecutive unmodified audit opinion or clean opinion, and there were no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. The 2018 agency financial report was published on November 15th as required by the Office of Management and Budget. And in this annual report, we include the financial statements, the financial statement audit results, management's assurance statements, and the management challenges from the OIG. I want to thank Allison and the OIG and Phil and Carney for a very collaborative and productive engagement that provided valuable insights and recommendations that we plan to act on. I especially want to thank everyone in our offices of Budget, Finance, and Award Management and the Office of Information and Resource Management and the entire foundation that worked so hard to make the financial statement audit and agency financial reports so successful. You also heard from Allison about their new management challenges report. This year in the foundation, we used a cross-agency effort to incorporate enterprise risk management into our approach for addressing the management challenges. By incorporating a risk-based approach to the process, BFA improved the procedures for considering and addressing the OIG observations. Notably, NSF completed its annual progress report 6 weeks earlier than last year, which allowed us to provide a draft to the OIG as they were developing their fiscal year 2019 management challenges. As Allison already mentioned in her presentation, 2 challenges removed, and OIG plans to continue to work with us to consider enterprise risk management in identifying challenge areas. We also really appreciate the OIG's redesign of their management challenges report. It's easy to read. It clearly describes why they consider the area a challenge, and then it lists the actions taken, ongoing activities, and looks ahead to additional actions that could impact the challenge. So we're really happy to see the new report. As mentioned, there is a written item in the board book on the 2019 anticipated major procurement actions. This item will be presented annually after we complete the NSF's advanced acquisition plan that is posted on the NSF's public website. As a follow-up to one of the earlier questions in the strategy meeting about the number of people supported by NSF, this was something that we include in our grants conference that we just had earlier this month. So for fiscal year 2018, over 386,000 people were supported by NSF as a total. So that's all I have in my update, and I'll take any questions.
Questions from the board? I think everyone seems very satisfied. Thank you. So thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
But specifically, thank you for bringing us the information on procurements, the new information.
Okay.
That's very helpful.
Okay, thank you.
So let's move on now to hear about what, well, it's been already advertised several times in today's meeting, the responsible conduct of research. And this is going to be presented by Dr. Faye Korsmo and Fleming Krim. Doctors Fleming Krim and Faye Korsmo. Now I've got it correct. I'd like to introduce both of them, and they're going to update us on the agency's current activities and future plans to address the topic of the responsible conduct of research. Please go ahead.
So, Faye and I are really happy to be here to talk to you. And we ask that these 2 topics, responsible conduct of research and reducing administrative burden, be coupled, because we're going to talk about responsible conduct of research, and people will think about what might we do to promote responsible conduct of research. And then we're going to talk about how things that we are asked to do or things that we ask people to do increase administrative burden. So I'd like you to hold 2 ideas in your mind as we talk about this. So, do I have an advancer? Yes. So, responsible conduct of research is more than the absence of misconduct. Now, misconduct is precisely defined as fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. But we are actually talking about a somewhat larger issue here. And this report from the National Academies this year, in 2017, really illustrates taking a very broad view of this. In fact, the kind of expansive view that can increase administrative burden, but it does point to the scope of this issue of responsible conduct research, research integrity, ethical conduct research, all those names. This broad view includes open access, data stewardship, publication practices. It talks about how this all rests on a research culture. And it says the research environment we create with our coworkers, with our students, et cetera, is the key to having responsible conduct of research. It also says one of the most important things that we can think about doing as we consider how to change the landscape of responsible conduct of research is to think about content and delivery of information on responsible conduct of research. Now, let me quickly give you a little background. If we go back to the America Competes Act of 2007, it makes a statement about responsible conduct of research. The bolded part here is what's relevant. Each institution will describe in its grant proposal a plan to provide appropriate training and oversight. And it goes on to say, to undergraduate students, graduate students, and postdoctoral researchers, I want to note something a lot of other people have noted, which is the omission of most of us, the omission of faculty, okay? That's going to come back in a moment. The National Science Foundation responded to the America Competes Act by altering our proposal and award policies and procedures guide, the PAPG. And it says that each institution will complete a certification that it has a plan to provide the appropriate training that they call for. You heard from the Inspector General, and there is something very important in this set of management challenges, that last challenge about ethical conduct research. In fact, that management challenge is in part a framework for thinking about the responsible conduct research. The management challenge says that the foundation's in a unique position for RCR training, including content and how it's delivered, especially to new members of the research community. I still haven't heard faculty mentioned, okay? I'm going to ask Faye now to talk about some of the NSF actions that we have taken and have planned around this issue.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. So NSF has been pursuing this area for a long time, as well as the IG, I might say. We've been in dialogue, circling one another for years. And I think this management challenge is quite a refreshing invitation for the National Science Foundation. What we have been doing is to support an online ethics center currently housed at the National Academy of Engineering. And the Online Ethics Center collects materials, including curricula and suggestions for topics on responsible conduct of research training, and makes those materials available, sortable, indexed, etc. NSF also has a long-standing program in ethics education, currently called Cultivating Cultures for Ethical STEM. This is a grants program housed in the social, behavioral, and economic sciences, but involving all research directorates. The director took this very seriously last year and issued an important notice to presidents of colleges and universities, reminding them of their obligation to provide training to students and postdocs in responsible conduct of research. NSF now encourages faculty training, and this is new with our new proposal and award guide. So we're not requiring at this point, we are encouraging it. And this is something we think is very important. Recently, NSF sponsored a workshop on positive research integrity. And again, this is an NSF PI-led workshop on what works in responsible conduct of research training. So, first of all, focus on aspirational behavior. What do we really want our students and early career faculty to do and be like? What are some positive exemplars we can put in front of folks and put in front of ourselves? What is the positive impact of science when science is done right? How about trust? Science requires trust in this collaborative environment. How do we attain trust and maintain trust? And last, focus the course on the students and whoever is in your student population and what they can do, the actions that they can do to make a healthy research environment. So NSF Next Steps, we are taking the invitation from several sources of recommendations, including the IG and the Academy. We're going to have a Promising Practices Summit next year, which will be well advertised, well attended. What works out there? We've kind of left this to the university community. So, okay, university community, come forward. What works? What's going well? What's effective? Second, as part of this package, we're going to encourage faculty to embed responsible conduct of research in their normal teaching and mentoring. Sometimes you don't really learn something until you're forced to teach it. I think we've all been there. Build on research results. What in the world have we been supporting for the last several years, and how can we use it? How can we then turn back and suggest, if not require, again, we're getting into administrative burden, ways and content for teaching. And all of this will be built into a coherent approach to responsible conduct of research. So you'll be hearing more about this as we go forward.
One of the important points in all of this is that this coherent approach and all the things that we are beginning to do really do respond to many of these recommendations we've been getting from a lot of different quarters. We'd certainly be happy to answer any questions you have.
Yeah, Vicki. Hi, great, thanks. I'm really excited to see these directions, especially including faculty for all the reasons we all know. One question I have, obviously NSF is a key supporter of research across multiple fields at most institutions, but so are other federal agencies, and I'm wondering how you are coordinating, because that is one way to potentially balance this thing that you're talking about. If different agencies aren't putting different requirements on it, if there's more coordination across DOE, NIH, et cetera. So could you speak to that?
Absolutely, Vicki, that's a great question. We have reached out to the Office of Research Integrity in particular. The Office of Research Integrity under Department of Health and Human Services is not part of NIH, but they're obviously complementary. And they have probably done the most work in this area. So we are looking at their materials. They've actually posted materials on their website that they encourage people to use. They also encourage, they don't require, but they encourage 9 topics in RCR education. NIH, for their part, requires at least in part in-person RCR training on their training grants. So every training grant that NIH sponsors you have to do RCR training. And this can involve, obviously, early career faculty beyond students. So we're working a lot with them, and we also plan to reach out to other science agencies as well. So if any of you know of other really exciting activities, please let us know. And we might be calling on you, actually, to find out, okay, what about your universities? What's really going on there? So thank you for that.
I think some of us have seen that with the NIH training grants, because universities had to, in some cases, stand up RCR programs, that in fact they then started to include more students in those programs. So that's a positive thing. But you know, there's something here that I think is a little bit related to our experience with the sexual harassment term and condition, where France and NSF led us in doing something. If we see something clean, well-defined, and appropriate to do, it could be that NSF would lead, and it's often the case that if we try to get everybody together and agree on what we're going to do, we never do anything. So I think we're trying to balance those two things off, and the connections that Faye is talking about are important.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly wasn't advocating for your latter point, because I completely agree with that, but communication and conversations, and I think the NIH example is excellent, because I know every institution I was at had a training grant and from NIH, and we didn't limit RCR training to the trainees on the training grant. If we bought into it. If we're going to do this, we're going to do it well, and all graduate students in our departments are going to do it. So I think that's a good example, and I think NSF should lead, but I think it should communicate about what it's doing and with appropriate people at other agencies.
Artie and Vic.
I must say I disagree. It was a morass in research misconduct until we got a common definition for all agencies. Different agencies had different definitions, and the university had to deal with it. It's really OSTP's job to form an interagency working group, and certainly on sexual misconduct, to get a common set of rules and definitions across the agencies. Here it's much harder, but at least there should be agreement on where there can be common policies and practices. And that really is OSTP's job, and they should be doing it.
So you know how hard that was. And I really think there's kind of a dynamic tension between these two things, in that reading the National Academy's report was very informative, because its umbrella is so large in covering so many things that the thing that a common definition would do is what you're talking about, which is to narrow that scope. And other individuals would think, it should have been broader, but if some people think it's too broad and some people think it's too narrow, maybe we're getting it just right. It will be interesting to see if, in fact, OSTP will engage on this. It would be a very good thing for all of us, I think.
Nice presentation. Thank you very much. Wanted to know if the recent interest in controlled unclassified information per AAU, APLU, Science and Security Group, and a lot of the things that we're seeing coming out of that kind of overlaps with research misconduct. How much of that are you addressing or taking on? Because right now, there's things like best practices, and there's a lot of conversation. And of course, there hasn't been anything that has come out definitively from the government and working with other agencies. And to Artie's point, it might be something that eventually OSTP needs to look at. But how much of that right now is the foundation taking the lead on it? And just to give you some history on it, was I think back in July, NIH had to come before the House and talk about some of their issues in dealing with that. And so in some cases, there are some calls out in the wind that are saying, NSF has taken the lead on many of these other issues. Where are we now in that?
Well, as the board knows from having issued that very useful statement about science and security, this is an issue with many dimensions. It is potentially a very fraught issue, and it involves, I think there are individuals who would say responsible conduct of research is so broad, sure, sweep it under. I think this is an important enough issue with enough complications that we need to not say, oh, that's part of our CR, but really deal with it head on as an agency and as a science board.
Okay. If I could just follow up on.
Oh, sorry, do go on, and then
if I
Jerry.
could just follow up on that. Yes, I think there are, when we talked about all the responsible elements, there were things like fraud and plagiarism and sexual harassment, and I don't think there's a responsible alternative view on those. Whereas with regard to two things that were up there, openness and publication, I think there is a responsible balance between scientific knowledge, national defense, and national competitiveness in this economic world. And so to the extent that we could treat those perhaps differently, as I thought you were beginning to say, I think that would be helpful.
So you've picked up on, you have reacted to the breadth of that report just the way I did. We in the foundation are thinking about open science, about publication policies, about data sharing and all of those things. And again, I'm not sure all of that, I mean, in the very broadest definition of the responsible conduct of research, it could fit under it. But in a more functional definition, we may need to deal with those things, as you say, a little bit differently. Because, for example, I don't think anybody believes, as you point out, that plagiarism is something we should support. Whereas exactly how we support open publications is a different issue. So, yeah, and so I'm frankly a little bit concerned about the very broadest definitions. And I think that one of the jobs that we could use your help on is focusing on the place where we can make a difference and where we can move pretty soon.
Jerry?
So I'm not even sure how to ask this question, but it's a point I'd like some reflection on. And I do think the National Academy report, as well as what NSF has put out on sexual harassment, is a good start. But there's just a lot of other harassment that goes on in our laboratories, and you know that, Fleming. And so it comes down to a professional environment for our students. And the unfortunate thing is that a lot of times a PI produces their professional environment based on what they experienced when they were a graduate student, and that's not always the best. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. And so, but on the other hand, we can't regulate professional behavior, so there's going too far. But how can we get a stronger message out there that graduate students and postdocs need to have some way to be protected from that behavior that can ruin their lives, their careers. I think we've all seen that. I've certainly seen it, and it's hard.
So again, this Academy's report, as you know, tries to speak to that issue, and that goes back to this notion of research culture and research environment. And again, Jerry and I are both chemists. We know of people in our field who have, they have done things like in PhD programs, created mentoring committees rather than a single mentor, and different approaches to try to fix that. But I believe articulating standards is one of the first things that we have to do. But I think you'd agree, this is a very daunting problem, partly because there are things about this apprenticeship culture of graduate training that are actually very effective. But there are times that it can go terribly wrong. And so I think articulating standards is one of the very first things we have to do.
I would agree with that. I have teaching material that's on the portal, actually, from 2015. And they have an amazing array of topics they suggest covering in some way in RCR training, including the things you mentioned, Jerry. And I think standards are appropriate for us to think about, as well as context. So if you have an REU site on your campus for a summer, how much, what do you really need to go into an RCR? You have to train them. What, how, some of it is exemplifying good behavior, which is kind of where you're going. Some of it is sort of the ethical topics. Let's consider this, let's think about it. So it's an exciting field and it's a complicated field, and I appreciate this conversation.
So let me say something about administrative burden. I am your administrative burden. I am standing between you and lunch right now. And Faye is my partner in hindering you. So, but I will, Anila has something to say.
No, I was just about to say that I was going to ask you to fold in your next part of your talk about administrative burdens, although I can see that there's a great deal of animated discussion to be had about this topic, and not without reason. So please continue.
I'm waiting for the slide to come up. There we go. We'll try to do this quite quickly, because if you have any questions about administrative burden, let me remind you that your colleague, Artie Bienenstock, will talk to you about them, right? Because the National Science Board wrote a report on administrative burdens, and Artie was, I believe, the leader of that effort. And real quickly, it said, focus on the science, reduce ineffective regulations, harmonize requirements across federal agencies, and promote university efficiency. That is, let's all be better people. The NSTC, in their Research Business Models Working Group in 2018, produced a report, and they talked about all the progress there's been on databases, repositories, processes, and reports that promise to or are reducing administrative burden. They also recommended actions on subrecipient monitoring, something the foundation has worked on hard and successfully, and on they wanted actions on regulations. We think NSF is leading this effort, and let me show you one way. As many of you know, as you all know, we are working hard on this renewing NSF idea, and it is a real opportunity to reduce administrative burden directly within the foundation, directly in the community, and indirectly by making the foundation work better, making life better for the community. The topics are making technology work for all, adapting the workforce to the work, streamlining, standardizing, and simplifying processes, that might reduce administrative burden, and expanding and deepening public partner relationships. Right now, we have a project on proposal submission, something internal on how we clear documents, and building a partnership toolkit, all of which are designed to reduce administrative burden, make everything work better. Let me say that we've been getting a lot of traction with this, with the administration. Just recently, an app about careers that folks at NSF are developing under the leadership of our Chief Information Officer, Dorothy Aronson, has gotten a lot of notice from folks at OMB. We've gotten emails filled with kudos saying, hey, this is great. You're connecting the big ideas and renewing NSF to the President's management agenda. So that's a nice message to get. Faye's going to talk about some responses.
Okay. We're going to turn your mic.
I'm sorry.
Turn mine up. Okay, here we go. So what are we doing here? How are we responding to the board and the NSTC? We are continually supporting and participating in the Federal Demonstration Partnership. Some of your institutions may be involved in that. It's a really useful government university forum where we can hash things out and develop pilot projects, test things. We co-chair the Research Business Models Working Group under the National Science and Technology Council, so we're in a leadership position there. We also now are on the brink of a central certification and assurance repository, so institutions don't have to keep doing the same, 4-page form every time they submit a proposal. There'll be a place for, once you've done it, you've done it. So we're getting there. And then a uniform format for research progress reports. And I will add on the subrecipient monitoring, because this is a big deal, not only for the board, but also for the NSTC. So the uniform guidance, as many of you know, eased up on that, such that the awardee institution has to do a risk-based analysis, okay, of their sub-awardees. If you've been working with these institutions for a long, long time, and they've got a record of clean audit every year, you don't have to do a whole lot of effort and collect their receipts every time. But anyway, it's a risk-based approach left up to the institutions. What the NSTC recently said was, that's all fine and good, but there's a lot of questions out there. So we're gonna look at the uniform guidance again, because that was 2014, make sure it's clear and people don't have, too many issues or too many questions or doing things wildly differently. And anyway, so that's the next step there. But thanks to the board for bringing all this stuff up, because I think it's come to the fore. On the NSF specific activities, as you know, we're trying out pre-proposal pilots and no deadline pilots for proposal submission. We're also doing automated compliance checking and actually allowing the principal investigators to do that. So when you're writing your proposal, it'll kind of bounce back and say, whoops, you want to fix this before you submit it. We're also doing sort of a simplified proposal submission process via research.gov. More on that to come. It's underway. In addition, we'd like to reduce the data entry. So you might be a reviewer. You might also be a principal investigator, rather than have you plunk your data in every time. Let's see if we just can't do that once. So we are getting there. On the other hand, there are tensions. And I'm a ponderer, as you can see. So apologies to the young man who was actually in this original photograph and was replaced by me via Photoshop. But here's what we're encountering. We want to increase efficiency all the time. That's the NSF way. Let's just go, focus on the science, but we have to do it in an atmosphere of high accountability, high oversight. This is our teeter-totter here. We need to pursue the NSF mission, which is quite unique, basic research. You talked about it this morning. Don't put constraints on this stuff. Oh, great, now we have these government-wide requirements. So again, balancing those. And third, experimental pilots, let's just try no deadline this year. What the hey? But we also want to make sure that principal investigators have a stable environment and they don't, they're not constantly wondering, what is NSF doing now? So moving forward, we're still pondering, but we're recognizing the tensions, understanding what they are. We're bound and determined to keep renewing NSF and, of course, to innovate in all the fields we support. So thank you in this endeavor.
Well, thank you both for reassuring us and indeed encouraging us to understand what the foundation is actually doing in these really important areas. I think someone has to show the way, as we saw in the beginning with administrative burdens and Artie's report. And I think if we can continue with that, but also at the same time address the ethical burdens, I think the sins of omission are as great as the sins of commission. I'm glad you noticed that. Fleming, and I think we do have a lot of work to do. And so this, in fact, concludes our official agenda at items for today. So thank you both for your presentation. I hope that we'll hear more updates about this because it's obviously a topic that we're all engaged in. So at this time, I'd like to take the time to thank the outgoing members of this committee and our board, Dr. Steve Mayo, who's not here, but who served served as a consultant since May of this year to the committee and the board. And I'd like to thank Ines Fong, who has served on the committee for the last 4 years and on the board for the last 6. I would like to say that your contributions both to the board and to me personally have been wonderful and invaluable, and I'm going to miss them tremendously. And I will tell all the new board members that for those of you who have yet to go to Antarctica, believe me that you need a friend in Antarctica more than anywhere else, and Inez proved to be such a friend, and I will miss you as the board will miss you. Thank you very much for everything, Inez. Would you like to say something? No, that's typical of Inez. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Lunch.
Thank you very much.
That concludes our meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn until after lunch when we resume with the Committee on Strategy closed. this is an important campaign, and if we can pitch in and contribute to the NSF's effort in this, that would be nice. Thank you.
Okay. You can stretch for 30 seconds, but don't leave the room unless you really have to.
There's no coffee in this room.
You get 30 seconds if you rush.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's fine.
That's fine.
No, you wanted to be kept up to date on these divestment issues. There's a lot of things to keep the board up to date on, and some of them can go in this annual report of mine. So the question for you guys to think about is, how much do you want sort of a separate, more detailed thing, like a exact peak versus what I write in the annual? So just keep that in mind.
I'll keep that in mind. We can talk about it earlier. I think the really big deal is just, the construction didn't work, and now we're going to, AST is going to come up with 10 to 20.
Okay.
That's a pretty, well, that could go into your regular report. But if it's, so.
Yeah, so we have to figure it out.
Okay, it's 3:33. We are back in. The problem is this open session is very full as well.
I don't think the contacts versus information.
I think that may have to. Okay. Where's Vint when we need you? Vint, my Octung is not yours. Let us take our seats.
He's busy reading something.
Yeah. Okay, we are. Okay. I am keeping us moving because we have a hard stop also for the final plenary session. So we are now starting an open session of the Committee on Awards and Facilities. I am Carl Leinberger, chair of this committee. Given that we have been joined by some of our newly appointed people who seem to mostly not be here, but I see at least one, two. Okay. I will repeat the membership. Vicki Chandler on my right is the vice chair of the committee. Other members are Artie Bienenstock, Kent Fox, James Johnson, James Jackson, and Anila Sargent, not quite here, and Inez Fung is a consultant. Since this is likely to be Inez's last meeting with us, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge her spectacularly important contributions to the board over the years. And in particular, you have brought to us an expert understanding of the kinds of facilities that we haven't been thinking about in the past. Your service with respect to NEON is simply wonderful, and we are deeply in your debt, Inez, and come back and visit us. We're really going to miss you.
Thank you. You make me blush.
So I also want to introduce very quickly Ms. Judy Hayden. Where is Judy? There you are. Judy is in her real life, she is the Directorate Operations Officer in Engineering but is also, in her copious spare time, the Executive Secretary of the Awards and Facilities Committee, and we greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you. Okay, today, so moving quickly, today we'll have an open minutes from July 18 teleconference and the teleconference from October 2018. There is a rolling calendar of events over the next year that is in your book. I won't try to go over them, but you need to look at them and see what actions are coming. So continuing ahead, let's turn to, well, okay, let me add one more thing. We're quickly looking at either the period immediately before or immediately after the board meeting in February for an Arts and Awards and Facilities retreat. Please, you've been asked to indicate your preference. Get them to us as soon as you can, because Anila is planning to use the other side of that for a CO thing. Yes. So let us know if this is going to work out, please. Okay, and I should also note, in preparing for this meeting, NSF has prepared updated synopses, which are really wonderful for the facilities. And thanks to, I'm sure, a large number of people who took part in that. So let's turn to minutes. The minutes from our July meeting and our October teleconference are in the board book. Does anyone have any additions, deletions, or amendments to make to either of those sets of minutes? Hearing no corrections, both sets of minutes stand approved as presented, and we can move on. So moving on, there is a written item, the status of the National Ecological Observatory Network, which is scheduled for 10 minutes. We will try to keep somewhere in that range, but the lead discussant for this is Inez. And Joanne, where are you? There, you're coming up to the front. And if the two of you would like to make some opening remarks, that would be great.
Thanks very much, Carl. And yes.
Muriel, I didn't.
Pardon me?
I will let you make the introduction.
Oh, thank you. So I'm Joanne Tornham. I'm the Acting Assistant Director for Bio. Roland Roberts, who is the lead for the NEON project, operations, well, everything. And I do want to make a couple of introductory remarks to provide a few updates to the information item that is in your board book. So I would like to do a little update on the status of NEON construction as of Monday. So this is the most up-to-date information. In the memo that you had, we had indicated that 6 of the 81 sites were still under construction. As of Monday, we have completed the transfer to operations for 2 of those 6 sites, so we are down to only 4. And of the 4, 3 of the sites, we are really just 1 or 2 signatures away from calling those done as well. So we really only have 1 site that is still under construction. That is the site in Hawaii, which has been impacted by the volcanoes and hurricanes and other natural events that are going on in Hawaii. We have made all of the planned commitments to the project baseline. We do anticipate that there will be a slightly larger effective contingency remaining at the end. In our memo, we had indicated about 400,000. We think that we'll be in a little bit better position when we're done with the contingency. As I said, the only risk to construction completion is the delay that's been caused by the permitting in the site in Hawaii, and that's really because we're just waiting for the certificate of occupancy for the instrumentation, the instrument hut, but the county staff have just been overwhelmed with responding to the volcanic eruptions, and neon inspections are just a little bit lower on their priorities. In order to allow us time to get that final site constructed in Hawaii, we have approved a no-cost extension through the end of February to allow for that, those delays in permitting. The final construction closeout review will also be pushed a little bit later in 2019 to allow for the completion of that final site. So finally, if, and fingers crossed, all of our projections bear out now with where we are, we do think that we will finish just a hair under 10 million below the NSB approved limit for the NEON project. So we'll come in just a touch under budget. So I do want to take a moment here to acknowledge and thank the members of the team here at NSF who have been shepherding the construction of NEON through its many phases. Of course, you have met and talked with Roland on many occasions. I want to specifically mention the members of the integrated project team at NSF who you don't have the opportunity to know. Steve Ellis, and Steve, so I'm going to tell you all the names, and they're in the organizations they're in. Steve Ellis is in bio. Annalie Miziano is in our division of what's DAC stand for? Contract support. Robert Hengst, who is in the large facility office. Faye Korsmo, who you know is in OD. Benjamin Klein is in our Office of General Counsel. Christy Whitridge for the CAP process, the cost analysis, sorry. I know all the acronyms, but the words underneath don't always come. Aya Collins, who has recently left NSF, but who was our OLPA rep. Also, we've had the Montona Futrell Griggs, who is in bio as well, who has worked diligently, endlessly on all of the permitting and compliance documents for all of the sites. Also had special help from two other members in OGC, Caroline Blanco and Kristen Hamilton. So it takes a village in order for us to cross the finish line, but we are just inches away from doing that. So I'm very happy to be able to provide that update to you. So even as we are excited to be able to get to the end of construction and celebrate that success, I want to assure you that we're not resting on our laurels, and we are not in any way relaxing the rigorous stance that NSF is taking on oversight as we transition to operations. But we have been taking steps, particularly for some of the issues that have been of interest to the board for the success of NEON transitioning from construction to operations. And I just want to give you two updates in that space, also that are advanced since you received the memo. With respect to engagement with the NEON user community, I did want to tell you that we discussed at the February meeting, we've engaged our bioadvisory committee. At the most recent meeting of the advisory committee, we approved a subcommittee to spearhead our efforts in NEON community engagement. They are going to be asked to look at the models of like the user group kinds of activities that are associated with other large facilities, find something that look at the best practices and think about how they can be adapted to some of the unique characteristics that we have for NEON. We it will allow us to promote formation of research collaborations with the user community and have an independent voice for NEON users who can make suggestions about NEON operations. We do have a confirmed chair, Paul Hansen, who's at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He is a limnologist, a very distinguished scientist. He's also the U.S. lead for the Global Lake Ecological Observatory Network, and I think will bring really the exact kind of sort of expertise both from the user side and from thinking about how you create that link between the community and the facility. So we're aggressively moving forward on getting that group fully set up and moving forward. Also, we are optimistic about the early signs that we see of engagement with the NEON facility. I think that in the memo, it talks a little bit about at the Ecological Society of America meetings this summer, there was a very prominent NEON presence from Battelle, as well as a number of papers and workshops that were presented by researchers who are using NEON data. A panel of early adopters for NEON really talked about the ways in which their research projects are moving in entirely different directions now that they're able to capitalize on the data that's being provided at NEON. We know that so there's an upcoming American Geophysical Union meeting that's, I think, next month in December, and the number of presentations and workshops at that meeting are surpassing what we saw at ESA, so they're growing. We think that there's going to be in the neighborhood mid-50 in terms of the number of presentations and workshops. So we're beginning to see the use of the NEON data, and there is one other little piece on that is that at the ESA meeting in the summer, there were several researchers who just talked about planning a NEON Science Summit in probably in 2019. They look at it as a large open invitation workshop to be held in 2019, and another way independently of engaging the community of researchers who are interested in the opportunities that the NEON facility will offer. So the last little item that I'll tell you, and then happy to take any questions, is that we just at the end of the fiscal year, we collaborated with our colleagues in SIZE. Really, SIZE is a lead on this, and so we collaborated with them to set up a pilot study of a cyber infrastructure center of excellence, focusing with NEON as the first major facility with the focus there. This is a recommendation that came out of a large facility workshop held at NSF a couple of years ago with representatives from most of the large facilities that NSF supports, with thinking about, there's common cyber infrastructure needs, even though most of the facilities are each independently developing the cyber infrastructure support for their facility. So we have funded that, and the initial meeting was in Boulder in November. Roland attended, and he may be able to tell you more about how that went, but I think it was a very positive first meeting with the NEON PIs, or the NEON CI team, as well as the PIs for this Cyber Infrastructure Center of Excellence, to talk a little bit about the value add that this center can bring to the planning and implementation of cyber infrastructure upgrades at NEON. So I will stop there with my update, and happy to take any questions or discussion.
Okay, and Inez is our discussant here if you want to make opening comments. Or.
Thank you, Joanne. I think this is a happy day. Many of us remember that it's not been an easy journey, and I feel like we should break out the champagne and launch launch the ship. So I think I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Director Cordova and everyone at NSF and thank them for their tireless efforts to get to this point. Battelle became the managing entity in March 2016, and they deserve a loud round of applause for getting us here. Dr. Sharon Kolinch has joined NEON as the Observatory Director and Chief Scientist, We extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Kalinch and look forward to her leadership as we transition from construction to operations. And I think Joanne summarized all the construction, all the things that I think a lot of worries have gone away. So now and I did take a look, and I think I want to make a comment that NSF put in new calls for macro systems and early neon science programs. And I went through the proposals that were funded. And I'm happy to say that neon is indeed transforming the field of ecology from single site-specific studies to a continental scale. If you browse through the titles, you see continental is in the titles many, many times. Eco-climate, teleconnections, dynamics of North American ant communities. It's not just count, but the genome, etc. And it's not just an issue of spatial scale. I was pleased to see from genes to canopies, all sorts of. So I do see that the titles are not what I would have expected a decade ago, and I think that having those programs to stimulate the early science is very exciting. So what we're looking for is going forward. So now that the construction is nearly complete, I think we have to look forward to the vision. The NEON was aligned with the Academy's 6 grand challenges for continental scale ecology, and that report was 2002 to 2007. So it's time for an update. Questions change, as we've heard. Questions evolve, technologies evolve. And so we look forward to an updated vision plan, as well as a science plan, a strategic science plan that would prioritize how the program would go forward, especially given what we've been hearing, budget constraints. As the director has said many times, we're doing well, but we can always do better. So So one thing that I look at, 81 sites, you have 81 site managers or directors. How do I would like to see some plan for, or some coordination across the 81 sites, that, whether they are, what I worry about is opportunities lost, and I didn't know you were going there. I would have asked you to do X, Y, Z, while you were there. So they're all a lot of integration, economy of scale, etc. So there's the opportunities that must be coordinated. And so this is absolutely crucial to me, is how to make sure that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. So I think that Joanne, you've talked about community input. And so this is, I read, and I'm glad to see, and I learned about the outreach, also not just from the community, outreach to the NCAR Global Modeling Group, and then there are microbial metagenomic synthesis workshop and other groups, and you have an interagency group. But I think, as pointed out in the external review, while there is community engagement, what we want to make sure that at risk is engagement below the full potential of the NEON project. And so it really would be helpful to see an overarching plan, the priorities, how the engagement, so it is not just me, I want to do this here type thing. So I want to conclude by saying it is a very happy place I feel like we're in. And I thank everyone and congratulate everyone on the team and at Patel for bringing NEON to this stage. We look forward to great discoveries.
20 minutes.
Okay, sorry, we're sign language. Inez, thank you so much. And again, your insights, your engagement have been absolutely critical for the board to be able to play any role in assistance to the NEON project. We're all going to miss you enormously. Francis, I don't know if you wanted to make a comment.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're going to make you an honorary member of NEON, and when the medals are given out eventually and all the data is rolling in, you'll be the first to get one. It's been a long road, and you've just been essential at every step along the way. And I think people in this room don't even know the depth of everything that Inez has contributed to the project behind the scenes and really made it a much better project. So I think the big hand that she was talking about should be given to her.
Okay. I was just given a message that instead of running behind schedule, we actually have 15 or so minutes. So I'm going to take advantage of that. And we have one piece of business that I had already scrapped from the schedule because we can do it by an email ballot if necessary. But in my wonderful
We have a little bit more time, Carl, if you want to.
So
we'll probably take a 10-minute break before the plenary
This is
starts.
going to be a 2-minute thing.
You have time, is what you
I've got the time, yes. What we want to do is we have been in the ANF committee, have been working at getting this context action process set in a final form, and it had to be changed from information action because it was becoming very confusing to everyone what was meant by an information action. So it was particularly nice to see context used today. The ANF committee has had time to go over a couple of drafts of this paper, responded to it, and to my knowledge, all of the suggested changes have been incorporated. The committee is happy and would like to adopt it as a committee procedure. This particular thing is an item which is a piece of committee business, and so the people who would vote on this are the members of the ANF committee. So first let me ask, does anyone on the ANF committee or otherwise who've looked at this context action sequence have a comment on it beyond the ones that we've seen? Okay. So the final version is in the board book, and I would like to ask the members of the ANF committee if they're willing to vote yes or no on this. And Elise, if you'll help me keep track of who's here for the members, I want to make sure that we get the right people voting. So, Kathy, you have them. Okay, I didn't know if you had them or Elise had them.
You introduced us when we started the session.
Okay.
It's in the notes where you started the session. Sorry.
That's why
I threw my notes away because I didn't need them anymore. I think we know.
We know pretty well, but
do we need a formal motion?
I was going to make a formal motion. Are you welcome?
I make a motion to approve the ANF action item approval process that's in the board book.
Is there discussion? If not, will all those current, here we go. The members are Vicki and myself, Artie Bienenstock, Kent, Inez, and that's who Inez is consultant, and Anila. So those are the voting people less Inez. So all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And with that, I am delighted to close this open session of the Committee on Awards and Facilities. We will take a break of approximately,
I think you'll be, go ahead.
18 to 20 minutes.
From now?
And where do we come back here?
Plenary session will resume here right around 4:20.
Okay.
As soon as the invited guest gets here. He's on the Metro.
Okay.
The yellow line.
They know.
That's all right. It was a bit of a shock.
Everyone, please take your seats. We'll be reconvening shortly.
Where are we?
Oh, you're past. Oh, no, I'm ready. No, you're not.
Okay.
Keep going. You're still in oversight. Keep going.
Okay, here we go.
Through the notes.
Okay, so thank you everyone for joining us. I'm really happy to welcome everyone back to this open plenary session of the National Science Board's 460th meeting. This afternoon, we're very excited to have with us Mr. Michael Kratsios from the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, a graduate of Princeton University and a former visiting scholar at Tsinghua University. Michael serves as the Deputy U.S. Chief Technology Officer and Deputy Assistant to the President of OSTP, at OSTP. He is the former Chief of Staff at the investment firm Thiel Capital, and he previously worked as Chief Financial Officer of an investment management company, Clarium Capital Management, and as an analyst at the Lyford Group International and Barclays Capital. In the interest of maximizing your time and having a rich discussion, I will turn the floor over to Michael.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I'm so delighted to be here. I sincerely apologize for the delay. There's a beautiful tree lighting going on the south lawn of the White House, so a bit of a jam down there. But excited to be here. You know, NSF has a very special and important place in my heart, and the entire team here at the board and France. Everyone have been absolutely incredible partners over the last year and a half. So just to kind of kick things off, I want to thank you guys so much for being really being one of the cornerstones of a larger S&T agenda of the Trump administration, and we would not be able to do or accomplish anything that we even think about without having you as partners. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time just kind of you know, my role at the White House is to advise the administration, the president, and on technology policy. So my focus here will be a little bit on what our technology policy agenda will be. Obviously, I sit at OSTP, so I'm very familiar with some of the other science aspects and some of the other policy streams we're working on, and happy to engage in those in the Q&A. But at least for this, I want to talk to you a little bit about kind of what our approach has been over the past year and a half. So kind of to kick things off, the larger tech agenda of the Trump administration has sort of been built on three pillars. The first is on ensuring American leadership in emerging technologies. This is something we believe is critical for the future of our country, especially in regards to the economic growth and jobs agenda that is so core to what we're trying to do overall. So when we say emerging technology, what do we really mean? We've kind of boiled it down and focusing primarily on four key areas. Those are artificial intelligence. The second is connectivity or 5G. The third is advanced manufacturing, and the fourth is quantum information sciences. We believe that it's imperative for the U.S. to lead the world in these areas, and for each of those individual streams, it's necessary for us to develop a national strategy that covers everything from the way that we think about R&D to prepare our workforce, and to the way that we pursue a deregulatory agenda that's able to sort of empower innovators and sort of remove barriers to innovation in that space. So I can get into more details on each of those streams in the Q&A if you would like, but sort of some very sort of high level highlights. The way our agenda tends to progress is we try to do as much outreach to the community, host a larger event at the White House to kind of bring stakeholders together, hear from them directly, and then start rolling out a lot of our priorities. We saw that with our Quantum Summit that many of you may have been aware of, and NSF played a huge role in getting that to be as successful as it ultimately was. We recently put out our Advanced Manufacturing Strategic Plan. The President signed recently a presidential memorandum on spectrum, and essentially our sort of future outlook on connectivity. And we continue a sort of a whole of government approach to AI with the creation of our select committee on artificial intelligence with that France chair. So we can get into each of those, but that's kind of the first big theme. The second theme is what we call empowering Americans to innovate, and this is really providing Americans the tools they need to succeed in the 21st century economy. And really that second pillar kind of breaks down into two big buckets, and I think one is extraordinarily relevant to the work you're doing. So I'll touch on the first that isn't as relevant, and that is connectivity, and that's something that we believe is absolutely critical to connect as many Americans as we possibly can to high-speed internet. There's currently 34 million Americans who don't have access to high speed, and the vast majority of those are in rural communities. As you may know, there was a $600 million appropriation to USDA to help with this issue that we're working very closely with the National Economic Council and other folks to figure out how we can best implement it, but connectivity is key. The second is STEM education, and for us it's absolutely critical that the U.S. has a whole of government approach and national strategy to ensure kind of the future generations of Americans have the tools they need to not only be sort of the leading researchers and luminaries of the world, but also to prepare everyday Americans for the jobs that they will need to support themselves and their families. We have we're presented with an amazing opportunity in this administration to be able to author the second 5-year strategic plan on STEM ed. Many of you are familiar with this. NSF plays a huge role in this, and that is something that we're going to be releasing on Tuesday at an event at the White House, and we've spent an exorbitant amount of time pulling all that together last year and a half, but for very, very good reason. There's lots to discuss on it. I think, at a very thematic high level, I think what we want to emphasize in this report is really the interaction or the interplay of STEM with workforce development, and really how key it is to have these skills for most Americans to be able to do jobs in every industry, and it's not just in the ones that would be obvious to you that would require STEM. So we can get more into that in a little bit. And the third is around. And the third large pillar is around protecting and defending American technologies abroad. We have the most vibrant, entrepreneurial, innovation system in the world, and part of the reason why we are so successful is because of a regulatory structure that encourages and protects the innovations of all of our inventors and scientists. And part of the reason why so many great things have happened in the U.S. over the last 50 years in the discovery space is because people understand that the technologies that they have their IP will be protected, the government will have their back, and they will be able to monetize and succeed with the technology developed. Now, over the course of the last 20 years, we've seen sort of an erosion of this with some of our adversaries, and the types of sort of rules that have generally been standard practice in the world in this area have sort of been brushed to the side. And a lot of the work that we do at our office is support sort of the large administration agenda of protecting American innovators, and that's something that we'll continue to do to sort of push back against force IP handover as a condition for doing business, promoting the free flow of data. These are the types of things that I promote and I push when I'm at the sort of the technology ministerial meetings, the G7, G20, and other national forums, and many of you are aware there's a lot of other tracks that cover that area. So that's kind of the key technology agenda. I certainly would be happy to chat with you guys about anything kind of within that list, or also touch on any other topics. But in closing, I think the one thing that I want to sort of emphasize is when I share our broader mission of what we're trying to accomplish, the one thing I keep going back to, and I keep reminding everyone, both stakeholders and more importantly, in some ways, people inside government who are trying to get up to speed on how and why this is so important to our country, is really explaining the uniqueness of our innovation ecosystem and this interplay between federal government R&D, academic R&D, and private sector R&D, all working together to drive the great discoveries areas of within our country. And I think, we have something that's very unique and very different from, let's say, the Chinese model, and it's something that we should be proud of and embrace and think about how we can leverage or maximize or in some way turbocharge that system. So all of my policy advisors are always tasked with thinking about how in their individual stream can we maximize the federal government's contribution to that larger ecosystem, whether it's access to our HPC infrastructure, whether it's access to some of the data that we have, whether it's thinking about the way that you could spread grants across multiple agencies and whatever it may be. So we are constantly trying to discuss and promote our ecosystem, and your very famous tire tracks graph is one that I always like to email around and show people. It really is something that's unique to this country, and I think what makes our system so special. So with that, I'm excited to hear from you guys. I always love to share what we're working on. So, feel free to ask me anything you'd like.
Thank you. The floor is open. Vince.
Hi, I'm Vince Cerf again. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us, Michael. It means a lot to have you here. Since you've had an opportunity to observe this damn thing, I'm listening to you three different ways, or myself three different ways from Sunday here. You've had a chance sitting where you've been to see a fairly broad swath of what's going on in the U.S. government with regard to R&D. That's part of the post that you hold at OSTP. So as you look at that, what are the things, are there any things that you can see that would improve our aggregate ability to advance our research agenda by seeing, I guess through NSTC, a lot of the interagency opportunities? Is there anything that strikes you that we could do at NSF, or that you more broadly speaking, could do in order to accelerate the research outcomes that we all are looking for?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of ways to answer that. I think there's a couple of things that are important. I think the first is for a lot of our key sort of priority areas, what is very obvious, I think, even to non-experts in this space is that it's not something that individual agencies tackle alone, and especially in areas that are very broad, like quantum or AI. These are areas that require multiple agencies to work together, and I think that is the strength of OSTP, and that is a role that we like to play, of being able to bring these agencies together to better coordinate whatever the research efforts are. And we've done that across these key areas. We have a select committee, we have the QIS subcommittee, and there's incredibly talented people, incredibly talented experts who sit on those and are able to really think carefully about how resources can kind of be can kind of work together. The second thing, which I didn't touch on in my remarks, but we're working very closely with NIST on, is this return on investment initiative around tech transfer. And I think it's something that we constantly think about, and it's something that it's something that we need to think about even more. I mean, we have spent an incredible amount of money on federally funded R&D. Our national labs in particular do an amazing job in doing incredible basic research, but getting a lot of that out of the lab and into the marketplace in a way that can drive economic growth and really hit on some of these administration priorities, something we can do a lot better on. And I encourage all of you to reach out to Dr. Copan at NIST. This is something he is extraordinarily passionate about. I've never seen someone more excited about tech transfer than Walt, and he has been such an incredible advocate for this particular cap goal. It's something that OMB has marked as a cross-agency priority goal. And I think what's interesting about that is also, this is a truly nonpartisan issue. This was a cap goal for the previous administration, and something that we continued into this administration. It's just something that we really need to focus on. So so NIST had held a couple of events around the country, and putting together kind of the strategy to go forward. So I think those are two big things I think about. Sir.
Nick. I'm struck by your tech transfer argument. Stanford is very good at tech transfer. It's fairly famous for it. But about a decade ago, we did an analysis of companies formed primarily by our students. And the impact of companies formed by our students far outweighs the impact of tech transfer. The reason why I bring this up is not related to Stanford, really, but my concern about diminishing support for the public universities, because the same is probably true for them. And I wonder if you share our concern about the diminishing state support for the public universities.
That is not something that I've personally tracked or I think have a very strong opinion on, but I will say broadly my understanding of the larger ecosystem around funding of these institutions is one that has struggled, and I think we need to think very carefully about ways that we can support those institutions, and tech transfer and the ability of those institutions to be able to sort of drive other potential revenue streams or incentivizations for their faculty is something that's critically important.
Michael, thank you for coming out.
Yeah.
Appreciate seeing you again. I liked what you said about really talking about the American innovative ecosystem. How do we enlarge that? Also, how do we protect that? And then I'm going to kind of put together also your comments on STEM education, coming to the point of if we want to do those things, then that means we really need to have a large STEM-capable workforce at all levels. We also need to enlarge that workforce from its current level and need to be more inclusive. I mean, I talked to an article that was in the New York Times about 3 months ago called Lost Einsteins, where we have tons and tons of the next generation coming up, but they need those resources, they need that exposure to STEM so that we can continue that competitive track that you're talking about. What's your take on how the administration will go forward to broaden that and create this STEM workforce or get more people interested in STEM, as well as all levels of the value chain of STEM? So, I mean, there are people post-high school, there are people in two-year schools, technical schools, as well as those people who are at bachelor's and master's and graduate school and above. How do we get those people excited? And also, how do we make sure that those people feel valued all along that part of the value chain?
Yeah, no, I think I think you bring up a very good point. I think you guys will all, I hopefully are excited as we are about Tuesday and have a look at that report when it comes out, because it's going to share and answer kind of a lot of those questions. I think one thing that I certainly can point to is that, you know, the last plan in 2013 had a very strong focus on increasing the number of students that were pursuing post-secondary STEM degrees, you know, including through graduate education. Now, you know, we continue to acknowledge the sort of ongoing importance of higher ed and research in STEM fields, but this plan really, I think, recognizes the need to make sure that all Americans have a strong STEM foundation, even those who are not pursuing a STEM career as we know it now, or interested in acquiring a 4-year STEM degree. And I think that is something that you're going to really see emphasized throughout the report. One thing that I personally think about a lot is sort of the changing nature of the workforce, and I especially see it when I have sort of discussions with people involved in advanced manufacturing. I mean, just yesterday I was sitting with a car executive, and we were discussing about sort of the changing landscape of the way that the cars developed here in the U.S. And I think, you know, he would argue that, you know, they have a communications problem where they say, come work at our car plant, and initially everyone either in high school they're trying to pursue, or people in these community colleges imagine, you know, people bending steel and dealing with hot fires or whatever it may be, and that's totally not what the manufacturing plants of today are and how they operate. And everyone who goes there actually needs to be a STEM literate employee who understands how to use very sophisticated machinery and computers. So the onus is not only on the federal government to help drive and support educational plans and opportunities which can support that kind of stuff, but also we see a big role for the private sector to play in retraining their own workforce and also being able to share the importance of a skilled workforce with the world.
just follow up. Thank you very much. I look forward to that report, but I will just leave you with two things. Anything you can do, and you kind of mentioned it in terms of how you can change the messaging to understand that people in our country have to be STEM literate and that there are a multiplicity of careers they can pursue in that area. And then the other part of that is that to get that message up to those different groups and sectors, you know, particularly women and minorities, these can be on-ramps for them to get into some of these careers, okay, that can then be able to achieve some of those higher goals that you're looking at.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Panch?
Hi, Michael. Thanks for being here. My name is Panchanathan from Arizona State University, so we have met before. So my comment is about the work that's happening at the federal level. This is great, and all the areas that you talk about are all important. But at some level, this requires a partnership with the state, the counties, and the city in order to achieve the full benefits of all of this. You know, we work as public university. We work a lot with our state commerce authority, as well as cities and the county, to see how the public universities can be relevant and contribute to the socioeconomic development of where we are. So to what extent did the federal government, in what its thinking is in terms of all of these programs and activities, looks at this partnership as an important part of building the future?
Yeah, I cannot emphasize enough how important state, local, and tribal participation is in our programs. And I think the one program that's sort of been very near and dear to my heart, which is a little out of the R&D lane, but I think in the tech lane is around UAS or drones. And I think this is a great example of how the federal government alone can't pursue, can't singularly in itself find the right solution. And here we have an environment I've had in the U.S. for several years now, where technologies around UAS exist. They can fly. They can companies have proven that it's able to work, but they've actually, it's illegal to fly commercial operations beyond visual line of sight at night or over people in the U.S. This is, by some estimates, an $80 billion economy, which is untapped because the regulations by the FAA have not been promulgated. And for many years, even preceding our administration, the struggle at the FAA was that they were looking to try to find the silver bullet, the one answer, the one solution that could work for the entire U.S. airspace. And that obviously is something that is extraordinarily challenging to do, and it's not something that can just be done overnight without the right degree of testing or data information. And, you know, when we came in, I think, you know, we realized that the only way that we could solve that particular problem was by state, local, and tribal involvement in that issue. And we kind of flipped it on its head and said, you know, wait a second, FAA, as you kind of think about the larger process, why don't we take a second and figure out how state, local, and tribal communities will be able to interact with this particular technology, learn from that information, from data that comes from testing in those areas, and go from there. And the president himself signed a presidential memorandum establishing a drone pilot program, which actually empowered state, local, and tribal communities to apply to the federal government for specific operations which they wanted to test in their areas. I was just in North Dakota a couple months ago viewing one of the test sites outside of Fargo, and it really is incredible. And I think that's a great example where we as the federal government recognize that we can't go at this alone, and the only way we can do it is through state, local involvement. The other area that's a little more core to kind of the R&D stuff that many of you think about, I think, is around the Manufacturing USA Institutes. And these are great examples where those that are sort of run out of DOD and DOE, they only can really succeed if you have buy-in from the state and local community and the university community that are sort of supporting and endorsing them on their side. And I think Congress very smartly in the legislation that sort of created these institutes was really put the onus on the agencies to find partners at the state and local level who are able to provide the funding and were willing to put up cash to match the federal taxpayer dollars. So thinking about models like that where we can continue to engage with and get the support from state and local communities is something that we continue to look at very closely.
Michael, again, thanks for coming. So I want to build on what Vic had just said, going back to the skilled technical workforce, because you know we really welcome the commitment of the administration to this issue. And I'm also, but I'm very much struck also by your comment that you're trying to get all the agencies to get on the same page with regards to some of these issues. And yet when I think about it, particularly because I've worked a lot with the Department of Energy, they're somewhat restricted from doing anything that's educationally operationally oriented, and yet they're DOE laboratories, which are really the jewel in the crown of DOE. They need so many of those workers and so how do you, I mean, that's just one example of how do you get agencies to be more buy into this whole topic.
Yeah, no, I think the best way to do it is kind of twofold. I think one, you have to actually have a convening function. When you put in a room leaders at a very high level, people like Dr. Cordova, people like Administrator Bridenstine, with their peers at the other agencies, and they hear the messaging from the White House, from France about how important this issue is, you have no idea how infectious it is. The amount of enthusiasm and excitement at those senior FC STEM meetings is absolutely incredible, and everyone is just sort of building off of each other to try to support one another in those efforts. So for us, I think at the White House, I mean, our interactions are at sort of that sort of secretary, undersecretary level, and for us, what we need to do is get the buy-in from the top and allow that to trickle down. Now, the actual mechanics, I think, can be really, really tricky. I think the numbers that I heard in the last go-around when the last administration was tackling some of this stuff, there was something like 190 individual STEM programs spread across all of our agencies. That's an incredible amount of different programs operating under different silos, reporting up to different people, and trying to kind of corral all that continues to be something that we think about a lot and try to work on. But I think that the biggest effort that we can put out of the White House is setting a vision and a strategy that we're going to be publishing out on Tuesday, and second, continue to have sort of buy-in from top leadership at those agencies. And with that, I think you can see the trickle-down effect into the individual programs.
When I was a kid a long time ago, most of basic research was done in corporate labs. In fact, NSF wasn't started until the 50s. Before that, a lot of support came. Faculties, universities were supported by grants from corporations. And then we see in the last 2 or 3 decades the demise of the great corporate laboratories, and the emphasis is on D, not hardly any R's being done anymore. Is there a way that you think the government can kind of juice that up a little bit? I'm not sure through taxation policies or whatever that could stimulate more basic research in corporate environments and bring back some of this wonderful thing. I remember being interested in STEM because when I was in junior high school or even grade school, the parents of my kids worked at the great central research of DuPont in Wilmington, Delaware. So do you see is there any drive from the federal government's point of view of trying to get corporations to get back to that model?
It's funny you say that. My father spent most of his career actually as a chemical engineer at DuPont. So, so very familiar.
To grow up.
So I was born in Salisbury, Maryland, and ended up spending most of my life in Columbia, South Carolina.
I was in Wilmington, Delaware.
Yes, yes. I think that's that's a big issue, and I think maybe a little bit out of my lane, more National Economic Council lane of sort of what incentivizations or taxation changes could be made to potentially support or encourage more R at the corporate level is something we should certainly think about. If any of you folks have any ideas on what to do there, I'd be happy to take those over to the folks who look at those types of issues. The one thing that I'm particularly excited about is that President Trump signed the largest R&D budget in the history of our country in March. And there's more money flowing to R&D by federal taxpayers than any time in history, and it's something that all of us, I think, can be very proud of. And I think we're working very hard with all of our agencies to figure out how to best deploy that capital and figure out how because I think as you say as corporates maybe have sort of reduced the amount of R, what we've seen is that's sort of been filled in by or a lot more pressure has been put on sort of the federal efforts to kind of pick up that slack. And I think everything that we can do to kind of optimize that system to reduce sort of duplicative work, to ensure the agencies are working together and to best leverage the limited taxpayer dollars we have is something that we think about a lot. But it's a very good point. Yes.
Just a little history. There was a program back in the 90s. It was called the Advanced Technology Program, which was actually run out of the National Institute of Standards and Technology. It was like the civilian DARPA, where they gave money to industries to kind of reduce their risk. Because to John's point, a lot of the R has gone because it's high risk and they want other people to take on that risk. But this was a program the federal government had that was run under Arthur Prabhakar, who was the former director.
Oh, wonderful. Let's certainly follow up on that. I'd love to learn more.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, for your remarks, and also for the rich discussion. As the board's beginning its own work on its vision project, it's really terrific to hear about your perspective of OSTPs and the administrations. And so it's
no, just in closing, I honestly, I'm really speaking from the heart, and with you guys are the most amazing set of people that support science for the federal government out there. And I think to me, as we work so hard to ensure that, you know, the R&D and the S&T that comes out of the federal government is really what's best for our country, there is no better partner than the board and NSF and what we're doing. And, you know, I know you guys have extraordinarily busy schedules and are doing very, very important things out there in the world and at your universities and in the private sector. But please, if you're ever in Washington, do not hesitate to stop by. Come see me. Come see our team. We always have an open door and would love to hear kind of what you're thinking about and how we can do a better job. There is so much enthusiasm in the building around ensuring American leadership in S&T, and it's something that is very, very, very core to what the president is trying to achieve. And I've been so blessed with the opportunity to work on it and so blessed to work with you guys. So please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Michael, I hope you'll join the board members upstairs for a brief break before we resume with our reception at 5:45.
Absolutely.
We reconvene tomorrow in open plenary following lunch at 1:15 p.m. We are adjourned for tonight.
Yes.